And we're okay. I'm gonna get started.
There's a red.
Okay, we're getting started. Please take your seats. Um, testing, testing. Walt, are the mics on? Walter,
Testing, testing.
please take your seats. Okay, we're getting started. Testing, testing. Okay, tonight is August 5th, 1926.
2026,
We're about to
Mr.
start
Chair.
the,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if you could correct the date, it's 2026. You
Oh,
gave the wrong date.
I said 1926. It is, let's come up a century. It is 2026. Um, the current time is 6:05. Sorry about the delay. I always like to start at 6 o'clock. Um, we're going to get started now, and the first thing on our agenda is going to be roll call.
Mayor Douglas Lawson,
Wait, hold on. Please hold your conversations down in the audience. We can hear you up here. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chairperson Bruce Guyton,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Shirley D. Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Priscilla Davis Panier,
Here.
City Manager William E. Wilkins,
Here.
City Clerk Deborah Hall is present, City Attorney Don S. Nguyen. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next, we're going to have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Davis Prenier, Councilwoman Davis Prenier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may have a seat. We're down to the approval of the agenda. Are there any deletions, additions, or substitutions? I do have an item to pull. It is 12D.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
is that pulled or deleted?
deleted.
Thank you.
And that is the discussion on one parking. Also, I know that there is one of our staff members here to speak on the AMRIT. And they had some medical work done. So I want to move them up on the agenda so they don't have to sit here too long. That is the discussion on the AMRIT. And I would like to move that up to after awards and presentations.
I thought we were
That number, that number is 12B.
Mr. Chair.
12B. Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Can you just clarify for me what type, I know, I thought we went to having the third Wednesday be awards and presentations. So is it a different type that's done on tonight?
Yes,
Versus,
yes,
what is
yes.
it?
We're gonna have a update, like we have state representatives, the Florida representatives, state representatives, county commissions, they come before us.
They come on the regular night?
Yeah, on the
I mean,
regular
first.
agenda, yes, elected officials do. Other awards, we have a special, other presentations, we have a special night for those.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
in addition, on the discussion on the regular agenda, we have those items that have been directed by the council to staff to report back on a weekly basis. So
I'm
they
sorry,
have-
could you repeat that?
We also have on the discussion and deliberation, items that the council has directed us to come back with.
Yes,
First, the AMRIT was directed. The report on the city manager search, that was directed by the council. So they will be on that agenda also.
good.
They'll be on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I can't hear anything. He's saying, I
Yes,
can't
I
hear. Something's going on with the mic.
Pull the mic closer.
Those items, in addition to the ones we just discussed, are on the regular agenda every meeting because the council has directed that they be on.
Yes, understood. He was saying that we have certain items that are on the agenda every meeting because we, or a council person has asked that they be on the agenda. That's the update on the city manager, and there's another one that someone asked to be on every agenda. But that's all he was saying. He was giving us clarity on the agenda. Okay, any other discussion? We've got to keep it moving.
Chair,
Who's that?
that's me.
Yes, Councilwoman Lanier.
For 11B, which is the resolution for the city manager's contract, I'd like to hear the city manager's search first. We may not even do that, so I'd like to hear the 12A before the 11B.
You'd like to have 12,
A before 11B.
okay. Which you like to switch those positions?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move 12A to 11B and move 11B to 12A. Is that what you're requesting?
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
we're still going to do the pulling for the consent agenda. That's not right now, right?
Yeah, no, we're just approving the agenda.
Okay.
Are there any other additions, deletions, or substitutions for the agenda? Hearing none, I entertain the motion
Mr. Chairman.
to... I'm sorry?
I apologize. We have one more item to be deleted. And
Okay,
that
talking
is-
to the mic, talk closer to the
We
mic.
have one more item to be deleted. That is 3H, is the agreement with the Community Development Block Grant, Palm Beach County. We just received an amendment to that agreement at 5 this afternoon, so we'll be reviewing that, bringing it back.
That's 3A,
3H.
3H.
What about 3H?
It's
Can't
been
hear.
deleted.
Deleted.
Just received some information at the last minute. Staff's not prepared to present that one.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Miller
Can
Anderson.
we get someone to help out with the microphones, because I cannot hear. I can't make out what the person is saying. It's very mumbled. So if Walter or somebody can come.
Could you have somebody check the microphones, please? Okay, we've got to keep the meeting moving. Are there any other additions or deletions or substitutions? Hearing none, I entertain the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Chair, disclosures.
Yes, let's finish with the approving the agenda, and then we can go to disclosures.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Davis Bernier
Second.
and seconded by Vice Chair Spiritus to approve the agenda as amended. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I call the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, the next item is disclosures. Are there any disclosures for the meeting this evening?
Disclosures come before adoption.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. Does any of the colleagues have any items that they would like to pull from the consent agenda before we entertain a motion to approve it?
Yes,
Okay, Councilwoman Lanier.
I'd like to pull 3D, which is the city's healthcare. And I'll also like to pull 3I.
That's 3D like in dog?
3D as in dog and I as in ice cream.
Mr. Chair,
And 3I, just one moment, Councilwoman Miller Anderson. And 3I, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes.
Okay, those were, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I want to pull 3A and 3F and G, just so the public is, just do a little brief explanation of what that is, so the public is aware. And then
Okay, 3A and,
3F and G.
Chair?
I'm not finished, sir. I'm not finished.
okay, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
And then also, the items for the Lindsay Davis, which I think there's several of them. I think, Councilwoman Lanier pulled 3I. I want to do J, K, and L.
Pulling J, K, and L.
Yes.
Are there any other,
Chair?
yes, Vice Chair.
Can we ask the city manager whether any of these items are time sensitive?
We can.
Are any time sensitive?
Con-
The time sensitiveness of the Lindsay Davis items would put us back about 6 weeks in terms of the completion of the program, if these items aren't approved at this time.
Yeah, and Lindsay I'm sorry. Are
Yeah,
you
just the
done?
Lindsay Davis.
And Lindsay Davis is one of our polling places, and we're trying to get that done and finished by the time the elections come up too.
So Chair, so maybe we
okay.
can put those Lindsay Davis items with the item of 11A on the regular agenda so that they can all go together.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, we can. The Lindsay Davis items, Mr. Wilkins, I know it's about 4 or 5 of them. What are the numbers? Councilwoman Lanier suggested that they go with, or right under 11A, did you say?
Yes, there is G as in goat, I as in ice cream, J as in jump, and K as in kite, and L as in lemon.
Okay, any other items to be pulled? Hearing none, Mr. Wilkins, did you have something to say?
No, we're fine.
Okay, I entertain the motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus and
Mr.
seconded.
Chair, I
approved it.
apologize. We have a resident that just turned in a comment card for item 2A.
For which item?
Item 2A, which is the board appointments to the General Employees Pension Board.
Brenda Jenkins.
We were, okay. One minute. Okay,
Lloyd Brown?
2A.
Okay. Hold on.
2A is the board appointment.
Yeah, hold on.
Wait, let's back up.
Simone.
But that's falling under the consent agenda.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. Okay.
What's up?
Okay, 2A is the board appointments to the General Employees Pension Board. I was just advised that that was a public comment card filled out for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you can go ahead.
Yeah, well, anyway,
There you go.
since y'all like to come in here and give out these awards and take people's time by coming in here without, I'm gonna talk about this situation, without having yourself set up, like you wanna sit here and make, decisions on what you're gonna do and what you don't. You know you talk outside these meetings, so don't come in here like you never discussed these situations you're doing. But I'm gonna do this for my last 2 minutes and whatever, I'm just gonna be silent. I'm protesting all y'all, the whole city, the people in the churches, the people on the corner, all my neighbors. This is a protest, so I can talk as much as I want to. I'm not in here to compliment none of y'all because I look around and then I hear y'all talking about jobs and all that. And then, see, this is a protest, so I don't have to stick to this item as you want it. This is not anything on this item. This is my decision to regress my opinion or whatever. I may have it wrong to the government, Riviera Beach government. Do you know I tripped out when a guy came in here and pointed out 4 colored people and said, y'all were the ones that's destroying the city? And then he told the truth. He told the truth. That thing about, hey, don't do that. Whoever doing that in the background, y'all got him back there, why did he leave? I don't want to just talk to part of y'all. You said I can't speak to one individual by himself, but this man got up and got out of here. So what's the difference? So what he doing over there talking about, this is my 3 minutes. That's rude. That's really rude. That's rude as hell. No, don't shake his hand, kiss him. That's really rude. That's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all rude. I'm not in here to talk about no agenda item or nothing. It's a shame that you could take all them people up there to Denver when you didn't have nothing to do with what this city doing and how great it is. The people out here made this city great, not y'all. And then the mayor come up here and talk about the electric bikes because he heard me in here. But see, I couldn't get on the news. They heard me talk about it. See, that's why I'm not giving my opinion in here anymore. And the people when I get out of here, my neighbors, hey, keep it up, keep it up. You know what? If y'all people were back there when Martin was trying to get something done, we'll still be in chains. As far as Jim Crow, it's just done reinvented itself. And that's it right there. Them the Jim Crow pushers. Y'all have a good day, and I'm not going nowhere. But when I get up here, I'm taking my 3 minutes and talk like I want to because I'm protesting, so you can't tell me what to say.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public speaking.
Okay, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr.
Hearing
Chair,
none. Mayor Lawson.
thank you. What order are we putting the items? Are we going to put them immediately after consent, prior to awards and presentations?
Normally, that's what we do, but tonight,
Would- If we could have the appetite of hearing from Congresswoman Lois Franco
yes,
first,
that's
prior to going into those consent
that is
items?
what I was going to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, we're going to jump down to awards and presentations to Congresswoman Lois Frankel. I call you up, welcome.
I'll tell you, it brings back memories to be here at a city council meeting, and thank you so much for all that you do. I know the job is closest to the people. I love my job. I was your neighboring mayor for 8 years. And I would just say this, I've spent a lot of time in your city. I'll just give you one. My son went to Suncoast, and a lot of baseball games, and a few visits to the principal. Let's put it that way. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I think I'm your substitute congresswoman today because unfortunately you've been without one for a while. So I'm going to give you a report. But first, I'm congratulating you for being the All-American City for the 2026. 1 in 10 cities in the country. That is amazing. And I was pretty envious because I never got that award over when I was mayor. And I have to give a shout out to my lovely friend, Deidre Jacobs, who was one of my partners at City West Palm Beach. I'm so glad to see you here. All right. So listen, report. It's called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And I think it's important to know because you have to, it comes down to you having to face and live and deal with people back home. It really comes down to the city council in so many ways. But we know this. People all over this country are struggling just to pay ordinary bills. You go to the gas station, it's too much. Go to the grocery store, it's too much. The rents are going up. People can't afford their rent. And then where are you saving your money? You're not going to the doctor, right? That's what's happening. And it's very sad. I'll try not to be political, but I am a pretty blunt person. We have a president that's focused on the wrong things. He's focused on himself, making money on his monuments, on his reflecting pool, his ballroom, his new plane, and people are hurting. And the problem right now is with the federal budget is that too much money is going to war and too much money is going to ICE, and not the kind that you put in your soda. And you only have so much money. And so that's being diverted away from things like childcare and public education and go on and on, housing, on healthcare. Those are the kinds of choices. And unfortunately, again, not to be political, but I have to be blunt, Republicans are going along with everything the president wants to do. And many of us have been trying to fight back. Today is a horrible day for our country because TPS was ended for our Haitian friends and neighbors. That's hundreds of thousands in this country and many, many thousands here. These are not only neighbors, these are people who work in very important industries. And so we see families being broken up and businesses being disrupted. And we have a president who just wants to give more and more money to those people we call ICE without having them be accountable. And what we need to do is we need to have an immigration reform. Yeah, we have to have an orderly way people come in, but we have to have a way to give people who've been here, who are obeying the law, who are productive citizens, who are dreamers, who may be just born here. We have to find a way to give them a legal status. So we're going to try to do that, I hope, with some legislation. The other issue that really affects, especially this area and our country, is the United States Supreme Court taking away very important voting rights in this country. It was called the Callis decision, which is really has caused now the redistricting that we see all over the country, including what will happen here. This district, your next district, well, you're going to be separated from Broward County. That's probably not a bad thing, okay? Because you're going to get a lot more attention. But what the bad thing is the dilution of really access, especially by our Black voters, to elect who they want to elect. And then we'll go to the SAVE Act, which you've probably been hearing about. The president wants to save our democracy with a bill, with a law, which is, just to give you an example what it would do. Now, first, let me just say to you, the voting laws in Florida are strict. I mean, when you go to vote, you have to show your ID. That's fine. Nobody's really against people showing IDs. But now, with the SAVE Act, basically, you have to have a photocopy machine in your house, because he doesn't want you to vote by mail. But if you do vote by mail, you're supposed to send your picture, make a photocopy of your picture and send it in the mail. And I'll tell you what, my mother's going to be 101 in 2 weeks. Sharp as a tack. She likes to vote, but I can just tell you this: she's not running out to Kinko's to get a picture to put on her vote by mail. So Democrats have been resisting that. So lots going on. I think I gave you the most of the ugly. The worst is what's happening to the health care. The Republicans took away the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. And we have in Florida over 400,000 people have now dropped off of insurance, and millions in the country. And what that means is, not only is it mean that they're going to get sicker, but what you're going to start to see, because we've seen this around the country, is clinics are closing, doctors are retiring because they can't pay the bills themselves, and emergency rooms start to pile up when people don't get primary care. And what will happen next is next year, there will be Medicaid cuts, and this will especially affect our under-resourced communities. Millions and millions of people are going to lose access to health care, including the elderly in our nursing homes. And that's a big impact. Now, I say that those cuts go into effect in January 2027. I'm hoping that if we can turn things around in the Congress, we can stop that from happening. All right, now, I'm leaving you with good news, okay? You want to leave? Because I feel like I leave everybody depressed. I'm really a happy person because I always have hope. But I want to leave you with a little good news. I'm going to look at your audience. Is anybody on Medicare or Social Security? A few of you. Okay. But the good news is that when President Biden was in office, we were able to pass a law that capped how much you had to pay for insulin. It's $35. We have the federal government now negotiating prescription drug costs for some Medicare prescriptions, and that's going to come down. We also put a cap on how much a Medicare patient would have to pay out of pocket for prescription drugs. So that's kicked in, is starting to kick in, and that should bring some relief. And there was just a ruling yesterday in the courts, it'll be appealed, that stopped the Trump administration from rescinding literally billions of dollars of clean energy projects all over this country. And if you don't think that global warming is happening, you have not been outside lately or seen the fires, right, or the floods and the hurricanes around this country. And the last thing I want to leave you with is talk about community projects. Members of Congress, if they choose to, not all do, are allowed to bring back funding for projects in their district. You've sort of been shortchanged for a number of reasons. Hopefully that will change, but it's an opportunity to fund water and sewer, healthcare, public safety, housing, youth programs, transportation, economic development, education, and arts, and all those kinds of things. And I will tell you, my practice has been to work with my cities to find out what they need. Now, I'm going to leave you with one extra piece of good news. Somehow, when Sheila Sheffield McCormick, when she was, the Republicans would not permit her to do community projects. And I went to the speaker and I said, well, let me do them instead, and they said, no, but somehow we got something in there. And in our next budget, we were able to get you one of the most sophisticated mammogram machines that are being made today. It will be in Found Care, in Congress Avenue, in Riviera Beach, and that should be in the next budget. And that should give you an example of some of the, and it's for people to go to get free mammograms. It's not, if you have insurance, you use insurance, but that's going to save a lot of lives. So those are the kinds of things. I know you got a water issue. We're going to work with you to see what we can do about that. But maybe I'm not here to electioneer. Maybe I'll be your member of Congress. If I am, I promise we'll have a great partnership. There's a lot going on in this city. I know a lot about cities, and I look forward to working with you. And I want to thank you again. I know, just keep smiling. That's what I said, just keep smiling. It's good to be with you.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
Wait, 1 second.
I like,
Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Who said
I
that?
do.
Councilwoman
Yeah,
Lynette.
yeah.
No, I just wanted, I know that you are on this powerful appropriations committee. And we are hoping that because we need funding for our water plant, that is a project for you to do, to take back to Washington, because we sorely need the funding to be able to complete our water plant.
Thank you. I am aware of that. I understand the importance of water plants. When I was mayor of West Palm Beach, that was a very, very big priority. Let's face it, if you don't have water, you're not going to have life.
Yeah.
And I look forward to working with you. And I'm going to give credit to my constituents, not to me, but because they've elected me enough times to have seniority, I will be one of the people who'll be writing the budget and when we flip the House. And I can promise you this, whatever I can do to be a great partner to you, you can count on me. And as I said, listen, what a privilege to get to represent one of the 10 top cities now in the country. Thank you, folks.
You just made a good point, and thank you. We're going to need your support when
Yeah.
you're writing the budget out. We're going to need your help there. You just mentioned that it'll be a privilege to represent Riviera Beach. So in the redistricting, a lot of people don't know, will you be representing Riviera Beach in the redistricting?
If I get reelected, yes, I will be.
Okay.
Yeah. This district will now be combined, will be with West Palm Beach. Basically, it'll start in Delray. It'll be Boynton. It'll come up Delray to Boynton, Lake Worth, West Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, and then a little bit west, Green Acres. I got a few other cities that are a little bit west, but it'll be a very condensed district, and it'll be a great district, I think.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. I just wanted to welcome you, Congresswoman. Thank you for your years of service and dedication and your commitment to all of the districts and all the communities. Because even when you weren't our representative, you were still fighting for our city and our community. I actually look forward to having you as our representative because I really think that we will benefit from your years, your commitment, and your heart for the people. So we actually have a tour this week. I got on your calendar for Friday. So
That's right. We're going to be on a tour, and I'm looking forward to it.
So I'm going to send it out to the board if anybody wants to join us. We're going to take a look at some of the areas in the city and look at some of the needs for the community this Friday. And I believe I was going to that same principal's office with Ben back in with Principal Carnes. So I remember that too. So
Oh,
tell him
yeah.
hello for me.
Okay. He flunked art. What can I tell you? All right.
Okay.
Chair,
Thank you,
Chair,
Congresswoman.
Chair, I just want to mention that, that Congressman Frankel has been working with us on the water sewer issue in this city. When I was in Washington with former Mayor Felder, she and her staff set up meetings for us with the EPA, and we met with them to discuss the WIFIA money and the SRF money, which flows down to the state. And Congresswoman Frankel also asked to meet with me even after that. So we've been in these discussions, even though she doesn't represent us. She has taken that on, and she has been working with the city of Riviera Beach. And thank you for everything you're doing.
But now she gets elected, and we hope she does.
Okay, we'll see. Okay.
She'll be representing
All right.
Riviera Beach now. Okay, any further questions?
Thank
Hear
you so
none.
much.
Thank
All
you for
right,
coming,
enjoy-
Congresswoman.
Enjoy your meeting. I'm leaving. Let me
Yeah.
tell you, I went through 8 years of city council meetings, and I leave it to you.
I know you feel
Thank
our
you.
pain. Thank you. Okay, now we will return to our regular agenda, the pulled items,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We are on item 3A.
3A.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please read.
Resolution number 4626, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a banking services agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and Truist Bank for banking services procured pursuant to request for proposal number 1170-25-3 for a 5-year term with a minimum contract expenditure of $52,609.04 with no options to renew, authorizing the chief financial officer to make payment for such services and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we don't have any public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay, could you hold the conversation down? Hold the conversations down, please, so we can hear. Staff.
Good evening. My name is LaTanya Ammons, Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. At the request of the Finance Department, the Procurement Department posted solicitation 1170-RFP-25-3 seeking banking services. The solicitation was distributed to 153 vendors. 3 proposals were received. After compliance review, 3 proposals were deemed responsive. After the evaluation committee, Truist Bank was ranked the highest responsive and responsible vendor. The Procurement Department, in alignment with the Finance Department, is seeking approval for the contract in the amount stated for a term of 5 years with Truist Bank.
Thank you. Who pulled the item? Okay, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to ask a question regarding Seacoast Bank. They were non-responsive. What was the reason for that?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I could not hear the question.
I said that Seacoast Bank is listed as non-responsive. What was the issue with that?
So for this particular solicitation, as well as others, only the price proposals of proposers seeking or meeting 70 points after the technical evaluation will move forward, and they had not received the 70 points.
Okay, but they had 73, so what was the reason for them being non-responsive? Valley Bank didn't have 70 points, but Seacoast had 73, so what was the reason for the non-responsive title?
Ma'am, can you give me just one moment? I'll pull
Yeah.
it. You want the evaluation committee, correct?
Okay, while they are doing that, did anyone else have any questions for staff? While they're researching that question, at least one can research, one can answer. You know, we got to multitask here to keep it moving.
We can just come back to this if you want.
I asked the question in the agenda review about this item, and the question that I asked was, is $52,000 a year for the city to pay the bank to be able to do our business? So I asked the assistant director of finance, why do we have to pay money for them to keep our money? That they should be giving us money, but then she explained to me that because they charge you for every check, everything that they do, and mostly they don't keep all of their money in that bank. So I was just curious to know, why is it that we were paying somebody else to hold our own money? But that's,
So do our employees get free check cashing privileges or what? No, everything is digital now. Is there any paper checks to
I don't,
vendors?
yeah, there's no really a lot of paper checks.
Only to vendors now.
Yeah.
Okay, do you all have the answer?
Yes, we do, sir. And the procurement department is going to ask if we can table this particular item and come back based upon the documentation that I have is conflicting.
Okay, you're asking us to table this item and not make a decision tonight? Is that-
Yes, sir.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. We either need to rescind it or vote it down and then put another motion on the floor. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I'm over here. It's the clerk. I didn't get a motion and second for this item.
I'm sorry.
I didn't receive a motion and second
Oh,
for
there's
this
not a
item.
motion on the
Yes,
floor.
yes.
Okay, so I entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilwoman Lanier and seconded by Vice Chair Spearless. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, next item, please. Pulled items. that
Mr.
we're
Chair,
working on.
we are on item 3D.
D as in David?
Yes, sir. This item was pulled by Councilperson Lanier. Resolution number 8526, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the health coverage agreements with Cigna Healthcare of Florida, New York Life, and Solstice, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make all required payments, providing for an effective date of October 1st, 2026. Mr. Chair, there are no public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay, I will entertain a motion for this item.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spearless, seconded by Councilwoman Davis Penier for approval. Discussion on the motion, staff.
I pulled this item, I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay,
I
Go
pulled
ahead.
the item because I wanted the risk management, health, HR to share with the public that we spend a lot of money for health insurance, almost up to $9 million for employee health insurance. And the fact that we were able to keep the same rates that we had from the previous year, which is kind of unheard of, given the fact that there were a lot of times when insurance goes up, it is because of the sheer number of claims that are made on behalf of the employees. And I wanted to commend them and also for them to explain to the public how is it that we were able to not pay that 17% increase and we're able to keep the health insurance the same way.
Mayor and council members, Brenda Jenkins, Human Resources Director. My Senior Human Resources Manager, Stephen Good, and Shauna Whitten from the Gearing Group.
So it's actually the Gearing Group. Yeah, I just really wanted to, I pulled that item just for that because we have been, when I first got here, we were paying about $7.5 million for insurance. We're up to $9 million. And that's been in the last 5 to 6, 7 years. And to be able to keep the rate as it was from the previous year is a very big feat, given the fact that we're almost up to $10 million. for health insurance for our employees. So very good job.
And the question was, how did the city do that? That was the question, to maintain a lower level of rate increase.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this evening. I'm honored to be your Gearing Group Benefits Consultant representative. We work hard on behalf of your city employees as well as their family members. So based on your utilization, which are the claims that Commissioner Lanier mentioned, you were projected to receive approximately 17% increase. That would have equated to approximately $1.4 million. Due to our relationship with Cigna, as well as negotiating your current rates, they agreed to keep your premiums as they were for the previous year. The city pays approximately $8.2 million, and your employees cover the other $1.6 million.
Okay, are there any further questions? Hearing none, I call the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that's a unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
We're on item 3F. That was pulled by Councilperson Miller Anderson. Resolution number 9126, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal agreement for swimming lessons with Palm Beach County to participate in the Drowning Prevention Coalition Learn to Swim program, authorizing the city manager or designee to implement the terms of the agreement and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
I entertain the motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Lanier. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I mean, I pulled it for someone to talk about it. Is there someone to?
staff.
It seems that Councilwoman Miller Anderson, we had the same questions about these items. I had the question in regards to the swimming program and accepting the grant for it, and then I asked, then what were they going to swim? So I think that Mr. Pickney, yeah, can explain to them more, and we also talk about the fact that we're going to loop in communications to be able to advertise that.
Yes. So this is also Will. This is the person that's in charge of our aquatics division. The resolution that we're up here for right now is to renew a 3-year agreement with Palm Beach County and the Drowning Prevention Program. It currently runs out September 30th of this year. The new contract will run from October to September 2029. So it's a great program. Excuse me. Excuse me. We have 4 pools right now. We have Mystic Woods, Thousand Oaks, Sonoma Bay, and Berkeley Landing that will provide the swim lessons for the kids.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
do you have to live in those developments in order to participate, or you can
So-
live outside of it?
So Mystic Woods is the pool that any person in City Riviera Beach can attend. Thousand Oaks, Sonoma Bay, and Berkeley Landing, you have to be part of that community to attend those swim lessons.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So the residents have Mystic Woods to be able to go to.
That's correct.
And please make sure that that flyer goes out about the next swimming classes for you.
Yeah, so I know you asked me that question, so I just want to let everybody know here too now that we have swim lessons. Swim lessons are open right now for September. We currently have swim lessons going on right now. They do run out of spaces. School has started, so we do have limited space. So we ask anyone who wants to attend, please come to the Parks and Rec Department and sign up right away.
Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Davis Bernier.
Okay, I had the same question yesterday, but I appreciate the fact that you all are still running
the programs. The seniors are participating in the water aerobics at Mystic Woods, and I know because my mom goes twice on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we appreciate you making sure that those services are available to the residents.
I appreciate that. I just want to thank Will. He's doing a tremendous job. Him and Ms. Ruby have done a great job with the seniors, and the program has been, I think, very successful. So I think that they're doing a great job, and I hope that's something that we can continue in the future.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 3G. That was pulled by Councilperson Miller Anderson. Resolution number 9226, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the acceptance and implementation of the U.S. Conference of Mayors Healthy and Sustainable Communities Grant Award in the amount of $50,000, authorizing the implementation of the Healthy Wallets, Healthy Lives Initiative Pilot Program, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
I will entertain the motion for approval.
So,
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus, seconded by
second.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Discussion on the motion, staff.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, City Manager Eric Range, Chief of Staff for Mayor Doug Lawson. Before you tonight is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a $50,000 U.S. Conference of Mayors Healthy and Sustainable Communities Grant for the implementation of the Healthy Wallets, Healthy Lives Initiative. This is 100% grant-funded, 3-month pilot program that requires no local matching funds from the city. This initiative will serve approximately 35 low to moderate income families with children between the ages of 18 and 14 through the Penny, Plate, and Park model, which combines financial literacy, savings, and education, nutritional education, and with healthy food assistance, structured physical activities utilizing city parks and recreational facilities. The goal of this program is to improve both financial stability and healthy living by addressing the connection between household financial insecurity and childhood obesity. The grant funds will be used for personnel, direct participant benefits, and program administration and evaluation in accordance with the grant requirements. Staff respectfully recommends approval of the resolution authorizing acceptance and implementation of this grant.
Okay, who pulled this?
I did.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Yes. So how do the participants, I guess, register, or where do they get more information in terms of getting involved with this?
Yeah, we needed to bring this before the board before we started rolling that information out, but we have been working with the marketing staff to develop a flyer, and we will have a type form on the mayor's website or mayor's page on the city website for people to be able to sign up and get more information.
Okay. All right.
Mr.
Thank
Chair?
you.
Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate my chief of staff. We talked about this before, but he did go ahead and execute and apply for this grant. And this was actually one of the first through the U.S. Conference of Mayors that the cities have received. And he wrote this grant and submitted, and we were awarded number 2 in the country. So congratulations to my chief of staff. And for Dr. Hayes Starling for working with him to implement this program. So this would be a great program to implement to the community, to roll out, and please look out for the participation. We'll be working with every department in the city to make sure that all of the residents benefit from this grant and hopefully going after it again. So great job to the staff. Mr. Range, thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson. I'm sorry, Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Lanier out. Mr. Chair, item 3H was deleted from the agenda, and items 3I through 3L were moved to the regular agenda before 3A. So therefore, we are on item 6B, presentation of the city's audit for 2024-2025.
Thank you. We have, where's, Ms. Reynolds? I see our auditor here. Okay, please introduce yourselves. In the interim, you can introduce yourselves while I keep trying to get things together.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair, and Council. The city's audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2025 were issued on June 26, 2026. Mr. Roderick Harvey, Managing Director of HCT CPA and Consultants, the city's external auditor, will present the city's audited financial statement results and to also any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good day, commissioners, mayor, city manager, city attorney. My name is Roderick Harvey, partner with HCT, Certified Public Accountants and Consultants. We are the auditors of record of the city of Riviera Beach. We have performed our audit in accordance with GAAS, Generally Accepted Auditing Standards, to ensure that the city is keeping its accounting records in accordance with GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. We have performed our audit, and we have issued a clean audit opinion for the year ended September 30, 2025. I will note to you that there was no single audit or uniform guidance for this year, as the city did not exceed in grant expenditures, federal grant expenditures, more than $750,000. And so it is important to note that we considered all of the external reports that were out there. We also looked at the control environment for things that the city may be doing. And as a result of that, we issued, again, a clean opinion. We have no findings. We did rotate the audit manager on this engagement. We thought that that was important to provide a fresh person to participate at the manager level and on site, and to oversee staff to provide some variability to the audit engagement. At this time, should the board chair allow, I will entertain any questions that you all may have of me.
Council members, mayor, any questions? Or did you want to see the presentation first?
Yeah.
They would like to see the presentation first, and then if they have any questions at that time.
All righty. Y'all pull my plug. I tried to talk it through. Let's see what we can do. Again, we have performed our audit. Thank you for having us in accordance with GAAS. Again, the year end is September 30, 2025, and we have performed again our audit, which did not include a federal single audit uniform guidance, but nevertheless, we did issue a clean opinion, and the date of our audit report is June 26, 2026. All of the reports were provided to the state and the various entities on time. Over the next few minutes, we will talk about the audit results, supplementary slides, and responsibilities. We have performed all of our steps. There are no outstanding matters to report, and all significant accounting policies and practices can be noted in note 1 of the ACFR. We reviewed the organization, and we had certain things that we deemed as significant accounting estimates, depreciation, fair value of investments, pension and allowance for doubtful accounts, significant risk, and these apply usually universally, management override of controls and revenue recognition. There were several new pronouncements that could, would, may apply based on the city. Those pronouncements, GASB 84, GASB 88, and GASB 90. For our required communications to you as your auditors, the main thing we do is audit and report. In the next couple slides, we will report to you several required communications. As you can see in this deck, we have no matters to report as relates to uncorrected misstatements, corrected misstatements, and financial statement presentation or omission. We have no matters to report. Next, required communication, control deficiencies and related party. We have no matters to report. I will make one note. We implemented a new procedure in which we expanded the amount of related party questionnaires, not only to those charged with governance, you, the elected officials, but also to key department heads. We thought it was important that we expand our scope and allow a more robust amount of responses for people who may be aware of any fraud or malfeasance. This is a significant slide. Again, our required communications to you. I'll just highlight a few. No illegal acts or fraud, non-compliance with laws and regulations, no other outside communication with other accountants, and no disagreements with management as it relates to our audit procedures. We are deemed independent as it relates to AICPA guidance. We will now talk about the numbers. As always, we look at a 2-year comparison. Where were we? The period ended September 30, 2024, as compared to where we ended up September 30, 2025. Revenues for the period September 25, 195 million, as compared to 180 million for the same period in 24. We selected a sample of significant transactions, revenue transactions, and tested those transactions for accuracy, cutoff, and presentation. Moving on to expenses for the year 25, 168 million, as compared to 164 million. We selected a sample of significant expenditure transactions and tested those transactions for completeness, cutoff, and presentation of the expenses as recorded. Capital asset, as you can see, remained relatively, just a small increase, 331 million for 25 as compared to 303 million for the 24 period. An increase of 19 million was primarily due to building improvements and right of use leased asset increases. Receivables, 9.96 million for 25, 9.62 million for 24. We confirmed those receivables with outside parties and long-term debt at the 25 year, 173 million as compared to 181 million. And again, we confirmed those balances with third parties. Our responsibility is to audit and report to you as the elected officials, those with governance. There are 2 types of findings that we may have based on our audit. We can have a significant deficiency or material weakness. In this case, for this audit year, we have no findings to report, and there are no prior findings. Our responsibility is to audit, to provide you any information. Should it come available to us, we are obligated to provide that information to you in a written format. And at this time, should the board chair allow, we will do our very best to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the dais, from the council? Hearing none, this does not require a vote, does it? Yeah.
Usually, the council will vote to accept the audit report for the year then ended.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to accept the audit year ending. It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus, seconded by Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Bernier?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we move down to the regular agenda.
Mr. Chair, item 3I was pulled by Councilperson Lanier and moved to the regular agenda.
Okay.
Resolution number 9726, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the utilization of Train Technologies, a vendor listed in Exhibit A to Resolution 1111-25, to provide a new HVAC systems and equipment in an amount not to exceed $106,400 for the Lindsay Davis Senior Center, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovations, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no cards for this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
Okay, I will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Vice Chair Spiritus. I said Dr. Spiritus.
I'll second, but maybe I'm confused about where this is. I thought that this was gonna be a part of your regular agenda. And with that being said, that means that the Amaret was supposed to come first.
Sorry now. It was moved to the regular agenda when it was pulled, and when you pull it, it becomes the first item on the regular agenda.
Right, but before the regular agenda, you added the Amaret to it.
Right.
You added right before the regular agenda. You told us that it would come after awards and presentations.
My note says move to after 11A for Amaret.
So the Amaret is after 11A?
Wait a minute.
No,
Oh,
I
no,
thought it
you're
was before
correct.
the regular agenda.
It was moved to after presentations. Mr.
Right.
Chair and board members, I do apologize. So we are actually on item 12B, update on the Amaret Resort Development.
Sorry, Terrence.
I'm ready. Okay. Staff. That's correct, yes. I remember
Mr.
why we
Chair.
moved it now.
We do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay, this is a discussion item.
Chair?
W- w-
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Can she read the title into the record? Because the last thing I heard was the resolution.
Item 12B, update on the Amaret Resort Development.
Thank you.
staff.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mayor, and City Council. This item is an update on the Amaret Resort Development, which is located at 3100 North Ocean Drive. During the July 1st City Council meeting, residents of the Amaret development spoke during public comment regarding challenges they're experiencing within their community. Their concerns generally fall in two categories: construction issues and the classification of their units as non-residential resort hotel suites. The city building official, Mr. Grimm, will provide first an update on the construction, followed by myself providing an update on the conversion of the residential.
Okay, Mr. Grimm.
Good evening, I'm Michael Grimm, the building official. There was a memo submitted by the director, Mr. Sermons, and I have a few updates to that. The final CO for the Amaret development has not been issued yet. It's a large development and there's still some issues left. All of the individually owned hotel suites have been issued COs for over 2 years now, and the building is being used and occupied. It has a release for use and occupancy of all the lobbies, halls, restaurants. It's just that there are issues preventing the final CO from being issued. One of the main issues is the final threshold inspection certification. There are several issues holding that up. One of them is the screening for the ACs on the roof. The original screening, they decided to change it after it had failed inspection by the threshold inspectors to a more substantial material. They have submitted that material to the building department for review. That should be issued in the next couple of days, and hopefully that issue will get inspected and done. There's some post-tension issue. There was one floor of the east tower that a while back, the threshold inspectors needed it to be load tested. It was tested, and from what I understand, it passed, but the post-tension engineer has not given the threshold engineer the final reports on that. I talked to them why the delay, and they feel that it's due to some contractual issues between the engineers, the post-tension engineer and the developers. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of why I've not received that yet. They have the threshold engineer, which is Universal. They did a final walkthrough and did a report of some cracks in the garage areas of columns and in the ramp going up the north side. The engineer of record addressed those issues and gave some specs on what to do to it. Mostly their injection epoxy into the cracks. And the contractor has been working on that, and the threshold inspectors have been inspecting it. They have not yet started addressing the ramp on the north side. They have to, that's the only one where they were told to chip out some more to investigate further. They have not yet done that. I understand that they're going to be doing that within the next 3 weeks. There's also been a turnover inspection done by some engineers hired by the association of the individual unit owners. There's a couple hundred pages. There are some code issues in there. There are a lot of issues that are mostly maintenance issues that were not, originally building code issues when it was built, but lack of maintenance during the time that it was installed to the turnover. I do want those done also. So I've been talking to the contractor about that. And he's told me that they've hired a company to start, for instance, there's corrosion on a lot of the piping on the roofs. And he said that he's hired a company to go up there and take care of that. And so I'm trying to make sure that all the things in that report also get done. And then the final thing is I have to put together a final list of things for them to do. I have not completed that yet. I'm going through, there's over 70 permits. Even though there was only one building permit for both towers and all the units, there were actually 70 permits for accessory things like pools, fountains, fences, barriers, accessory structures. So I'm going through all of those. I've decided to get my electrical inspector to go with me over all the fountains and pools one last time, even though they passed. I'd like to really make sure on those, since they're the most dangerous issues, I want to make sure all the bonding and everything on that is done right before I close those all out. So I'm in the process of looking at all those and closing them all out. And that's the end of my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Mr. Grimm. Okay.
Chair.
Yes, I have one quick question. First, after me, Councilwoman Davis Paneer and then Vice Chair Spritis. But I have one quick question. You said a lot of industry jargon. You talked about a lot of trust and different things. Layman terms, did you find any major serious problems that could be hazardous to the health of the residents or danger to the health of residents?
I do not find any major problems. And that's.
Oh, wait, I didn't understand you. What did you say? You did?
I did not. I did not find any.
You didn't.
Yeah,
you did not find anything major.
Right, particularly with the structural. I speak to the threshold engineer and the reports from the engineer's record, and none of the items in those have amounted to major issues for the health. There's been a few things where plumbing has, they've had issues with some of the plumbing pipes and having to open up, and it's gotten some, and I guess you could consider a little health issue from, plumbing being in the walls, but they have been the contract's been opening up and cleaning them up, and so I don't consider any of it major.
Okay, Councilwoman Davis Premier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I had to excuse myself. Have you been involved with the process throughout, or are you just coming on board?
So I came in to the city in late 2020, and I left for about 6 months in around 2023 or 4, and then I'm back. So I've been there since late 2020.
So you are familiar with this project and what?
Right, it started construction in 2018, so I came in when most of the structure was already up. And the structure is mostly done by the threshold inspector, not our city inspectors. The structure is done by state law, the threshold inspectors.
Okay, thank you, because that's what I was asking.
Vice Chair Spiritus.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask the same question you asked about life safety issues. So you don't see any life safety issues that are outstanding right now?
No, I would not have issued COs on those individual units if I felt that there was life safety issues.
So all the elevators have been certified and they're all approved?
All the common area elevators, there are issues with the penthouse elevators, and they are not the best. But the elevators, they're not the emergency egress from the penthouses. It's the stairways that are.
And I'm just going to bring up, Chair, some of the items that the owners brought up when they came before this board. Electrical. A lot of the owners complained that when they opened up their walls, they found electrical wires that were fraying. There was some electrical issues with the panels, the breakers tripping when they turned the oven on, the TV went off, or the breakers blew. Has that all been resolved?
I don't know if it's all been resolved, but those electric panels were installed and inspected probably 2 years before they actually started being used, and they sat in a salt air environment and did get some corrosion. And so the ones that were brought to my attention, I have seen being repaired and replaced.
So you've responded to all of the
Ones that I know
complaints
of, yes.
that you received?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't think that this is a situation that's throughout the entire building? That some of the people just haven't seen it or don't notice it yet?
That could be. They did sit there, and they probably should have went and, once they noticed several of them happening, they probably should have went and decided to open up all of them and clean up any corrosion they noticed and replace breakers.
Well, I don't know how you would know that unless you opened up every wall. So I don't know how that could be done without doing that. Second question, the cracks that you said you saw, those were, I guess you assume some of them are just expansion cracks and not structural cracks.
Right, well, we had the
In the
threshold company
Mm-hmm.
write in a report the cracks that they saw, and then they had the engineer of record address those and say what to do to them. And his report indicated that they were not major and that he wanted them to do epoxy injection into the cracks and seal them.
That includes the roadway going up to
That's the only one.
The north ramp roadway, right?
That's the only one that they wanted to do some chipping on, and they haven't done that yet. I talked to the contractor why, and he blamed it on the rain. I'm not sure if that is the real thing, but he told me he expects to do that in the next 3 weeks.
Okay, plumbing. One of the people came here and said, one of the owners said that he had human waste in his wall, that the pipes had broken. I know you're saying there was some plumbing issues. Is that something that we're going to see throughout the building, or was that isolated to that particular unit?
I think a building like that, you're bound to get a couple of those when it first gets turned over and started to be used. You'll find a few plumbing things. They actually had a plumbing issue just the other day with a water pipe in a restaurant that burst, and they had to turn off the main for the building to get it repaired. But you're bound to get a couple of those here and there, and when they do show up, I expect the contractor to go in and repair it and fix the firewalls in the shafts and get it done. And I believe they've been responding to each one.
In the plumbing itself, were there elbows added that are creating this problem?
No,
sewage
I heard
problem,
that.
Or is it,
I heard that before,
Yeah,
that they were
I
trying to
heard-
snake it out, and they don't understand that system is a solvent system that if they're trying to snake it to that, that's going to hit the aerated to the solvent system. A lot of people are not very familiar with that. It's more of a northern thing with cast iron, but you would hit that, and you would think it was an elbow, but it's not. And so that was not what it was.
Okay. When are we going to have this resolved? When do you think you're going to have a C of O on this building issue? Any guesstimate? I know we're going to
I hope before I retire.
What do you think? Fall?
I don't know exactly. I would hate to give an optimistic guess. I tend to be optimistic, and I'm always wrong. So I don't know. This developer tends to be very slow. He does end up addressing items, but slowly.
Okay, but I'm happy to hear that you don't think there's any life safety issues, because that's what I'm concerned about. Mr. Evans, are you going to speak about the changing to these homesteaded units?
Yes, I have a summary when the board is ready.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Evans, did you want to speak on that now?
Yes, sir. The owners of some of the resort suites have indicated that they intend to apply for conversion of some of the units from resort suites to permanent residential units that can be homesteaded. The city has a section of the code that provides a process to apply for this change in a resort hotel zoning district. The homeowners association representing the owners have hired a consultant to prepare an application for this process. The existing conversion process provides that the conversion price is approximately $52,000 per unit, and on that current site would allow up to 60 units to be converted. The consultant who was hired by the HOA did meet with us recently and indicated that they're also developing a request to modify the existing conversion process, but they haven't provided defined details yet to the staff, and they haven't made their application. The schedule for the review of this type of application would be approximately 3 months from the date of submittal and sufficiency.
Has the official application been submitted, Chet?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any further questions, comments? Hearing none, thank you very much, staff. Mr. Evans, go and take care of yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate you moving the item up.
Mr. Chair, we did have a public comment card on this item.
Okay, would you call her?
Excuse me. Fane Losman.
Mr. Lozman, did you have a comment card, Mr. Lozman?
Fane Lozman. I wish those gentlemen hadn't run out, because one of the concerns that I had that was relayed to me by residents was the boilers. For 2 years, they were pumping carbon monoxide into the building, and the fire inspector wanted to shut them down. There was some direction, I don't know if it came from Evans or who it came from, but they did not shut the building down. They let carbon monoxide be vented into the public area instead of being vented outside the building. My question, has that been addressed? Because for 2 years, the boilers were not signed off on by the state fire marshal. That was one item. And the second item I had was that the spa was working for 1.5 years without a temporary certificate of occupancy. And they were not, there was no business tax receipts being collected for the spa, but yet they were operating and collecting taxes. I filed the complaint that there was no business tax receipts being collected. And then magically, oh, give us a couple weeks and we'll take care of that. So those are 2 questions I wanted to be addressed before those gentlemen took off.
Mr. Grimm, could you come back to the mic, please?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And as Mr. Grimm's walking up here, I do have a question for Chief Coleman as well.
Really?
Let Mr. Grimm go, if Mr. Grimm can go first, and then Mr. Coleman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Grimm, did you hear the comments about the carbon monoxide?
Yes, I did. The boilers, that is correct, that they were not certified for when they should have been. That really is a fire marshal, not the building department.
Okay.
I understood what the reason was for, they wanted a carbon monoxide detector on the unit, not just in the room. I did not hear that it was being vented improperly. That would be news to me. I was never told that by the fire inspectors, or I did not see that in the report. The boilers have been certified though. I believe about a month or two ago. I don't know the exact date, but I was told that they were finally by a fire inspector, Mr. Jones.
Okay. There was a second question too, or comment.
That was about business taxes.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion on business taxes because originally they were going to have every unit owner have to get their own business tax for every single unit, which would have been everyone going to the state to get a hotel license. And I pretty much was demanding the AMRIT to cover the business taxes for everybody on that, to cover it all underneath their hotel. But I'm not in charge of business taxes. That's a separate department. And
okay.
There were a lot of issues with getting business taxes. He's correct, but they've been resolved mostly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Grimm. Chief Coleman, Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, just question. The board did ask about any criminal action or criminal activity that was being done or done with the city or through the AMRIT. Did you do an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Chief Coleman, Chief of Police, Riviera Beach Police Department. My department was brought in to investigate the AMRIT for criminal charges in late 2025. During that process, we solicited assistance from the FBI and from the state attorney's office. During the whole process, we requested majority of the documents that related to the AMRIT and the whole bill. Getting what went wrong, did we meet the threshold? Did it meet the threshold to filing a criminal charge against anyone at the AMRIT, or did we did have any wrongdoing internally within our agency? During this whole process, we discovered that there was no criminal charges during this whole process. And on the city side, we did everything right based on, and all the documents show that there was never stated in the documents that there was going to be homesteaded for those homes. And we went to the state attorney's office and met with them, and everything that they said it's a civil matter between the homeowners and the property, the homeowners and the renters who are renting and built the property. So based on everything you're asking, sir, we did a thorough criminal charges on everything, look at all the documents that were associated with this build, and everything internally is based on our interpretation and understanding it's a civil matter.
Thank you, Chief. And follow up to that, I believe it was Chairman Guyton that did ask to have that looked into. So thank you for following up, and thank you for giving a clear bill of health to the process for staff and for AMRIT. So hopefully we can resolve this for our residents and come to a resolution that's amicable for all sides. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chief. It is now 7:32. I go to public comments now. How about that, my friend? Public comment shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in that event, it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded that the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the City Council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the medium, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair and board members, we have 20 public comment cards. The first speaker is Dennis Williams, followed by Annette Dragon, and then Tiffany Williams. Dennis Williams? All right. Annette Dragon? Push the button. Press the button on the phone. Yeah, press the button on it. On the right side.
Walter, would you come check the mic, please?
Thank you, Doug. Good evening, Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. A lot of things on my list for today. Why is William Wilkins named as city manager on the city website when his contract hasn't been approved? Why is the vacancy for city manager not listed on the website? Who's the interim fire chief? Who's the vice mayor? Who's the assistant interim fire chief? Why are the vacancies for fire chief and assistant fire chief not listed on the website? And what is the city actually doing to find appropriate personnel to fill these vacancies? What is being done to find a new CIO of the city? Vacancy has been posted on the website for 4 weeks already. What's being done to find a new Parks and Rec director for the city? That vacancy was posted on the 22nd of June. Why are the residents being kept in the dark about all these processes and all the above? Why was Parking 1 reinstated prior to discussion at special city meeting last week on Thursday? And then conveniently, the meeting was cancelled on Thursday, so I'm guessing that city councillors didn't want to answer any questions about the sewage that had leaked into the water at lift station 10. Why was the incident only posted on the city website the day after it happened? I had intended to actually go to support the Jazz in the Park event on the 21st of August at the beach, but now with parking fees, I'm not supporting it. I also have spent a bit of time reviewing the housing element of the charter and the comprehensive plan, so to speak. And it clearly states that the public sector has a responsibility to ensure adequate, safe housing, especially for low and very low income families, elderly and other disadvantaged groups. Council is clearly in violation of this goal and objective of the comprehensive plan by selling off city-owned land to high-end developers to build high-rises which are clearly meant for the uber-rich only. While doing this and then giving waivers and making exception, Council is clearly disregarding the needs of its current residents. When are you going to stop and look after the residents of the city of Riviera Beach that have been living, working, and playing here for many years? This is a no-brainer, people.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dennis Williams, Tiffany Williams, and Eddie Green.
Good evening, councilmen. I'm here today concerned about the parking that we have in Singer Island. I don't know. Oh, okay. I don't know if anybody's aware of how these parking is being regulated as far as using cameras, block cameras, which not giving an accurate detail of parking, which I was violated. It showed that I was parked there for less than 2 hours, but I still got fined for it. Not only that, the license plate reader, it did not show a clear image of my tag as I exit. It showed that I came in, but it doesn't show that I've actually parked my vehicle there. Anything could have happened. My car could have broke down. I could have been working on my car. I didn't physically park. Also, had I been at the establishment that I'm usually at, which is the Two Drunken Goats, in order for me to find out what was wrong, I looked at the date that they stated that I was there. I wasn't there. My bank statement shows that I'd never been to Two Drunken Goats at that particular time. I was there the following month for my fiance's birthday. So even at that time, the parking was not supposedly active in 526. They didn't reinstate this until October 3rd. So why am I being subject to pay for something that I didn't even have knowledge of? So one of the other things that is a big issue is the time limit, the time that they actually have these cameras activated or whatnot as far as parking. You're hurting the businesses of that establishment. This says that I was there at 10:30 at night on a Sunday. I have to go to work the next day. It says I left a little before 12:30. So the business itself, they're losing money. They're going to lose money. We have people that don't even want to come back into these areas because they have to pay for these parking. Once they got in effect, I have no problem with paying. That's the whole purpose. Yeah, I know you guys are trying to generate and make money, but you're hurting the residents and you're hurting the businesses.
Thank you for your comments. Could you give a copy of your citation to be investigated by staff? Mr. Wilkins or Lydia, Nydia,
The next speaker is Tiffany Williams, followed by Eddie Green and Matthew Woods.
Good evening, I'm Tiffany Williams, and I'm here on behalf of the Riviera Beach Fire Rescue. And right here I have Battalion Chief Boney. So this year, we, Fire Rescue, we celebrate 100 years of service to the community. It started as a volunteer department in 1926, and it became a paid department. So we want to give back to the community, as that's what they did always as the volunteers. So on August 13th, we're having a community health and safety forum here at the marina from 11 to 2. And we're asking the community and employees to come out to join us and just do what Fire Rescue, what we do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Eddie Green, followed by Matthew Woods and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eddie Green. In joint partnership with Sincere 2000, a local organization dedicated to mental health awareness and suicide prevention, I would like to personally invite you all to join our upcoming festivities surrounding the proclamation of Eddie Green Day. We have an excited weekend. Starting tomorrow, we have a business mixer at the Vault Lounge for all residents. If you have a business, a small business, or you're trying to start a business, we want you to come out to that. It's free. On Friday, we have a celebrity basketball game with celebrity NBA players, NFL players, content creators. Some of everybody is going to be at the basketball game. Kids 12 and under is free. 13 and up is $10. Proceeds will benefit Sincere 2000, mental health and suicide prevention. On Saturday, we do have a back to school drive right out here at the marina, sponsored by Sincere 2000. Eddie Green, and Mayor Lawson. Make sure you bring your kids out for that. Saturday night, we have a comedy show right here in this room, and proceeds will benefit Sincere 2000, mental health and suicide prevention. Mayor Douglas Lawson declared August 6, 2025 as Eddie Green Day in the city of Riviera Beach for public safety legacy. I, Eddie Green, provided 25 years in service and becoming the first Black Ocean Beach captain in 2017, saving lives locally and international, and offering a free swim program to the kids and the residents in Palm Beach County. Swimming Clean with Captain Green. Entertainment had recognition of accomplished comedian, film actor, and released the only stand-up comedy I don't like talking in front of people. I have my own stand-up comedy special that was shot right here, right in this room. That's now streaming global on Amazon Prime, Tubi, and Fansome, Mr. Willie's son. It's stated Mr. Willie's son. The proclamation was given for all the great work that I do in the community with our kids. This year, I have taught 112 kids free swim lessons. I want to give a shout out to Officer Jacobs for allowing me to use his pool at his house. Doug Lawson for always standing by us. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Council Lady Davis. Thank you for your donation for helping us with this week, Eddie Green Week. Everybody invited. Please come out. Love y'all. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Matthew Woods, followed by Rochelle Hughes and Lloyd Brown.
Thank you for letting me speak about the situation with the anchoring. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself before I get onto that. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. My mother raised 5 kids by herself. We were very, very poor. In fact, we moved every year, but I didn't know we were getting evicted every year. Anyhow, so in our neighborhood, there was a little lake, and a gentleman taught some of the neighborhood kids how to sail. I was in 3rd grade, and I've been in love with sailing ever since. In 2001, I was able to buy a small sailboat, and I kept it behind the Palm Beach Sailing Club. And the only reason I could do that was because I had an affordable way to keep in a place to keep the boat. In 2001 is when I joined the sailing club. Last year, the Palm Beach, the state enacted House Bill 481, which allowed communities to regulate their waters. So that's what Palm Beach did. They did not regulate the waters. They simply evicted everybody. There was no chance. We went to the town meetings, and what we said fell on deaf ears. It was not very good. So anyhow, a bunch of the displaced boaters came to Riviera Beach. And so here I am. I'm anchored in Phil Foster Park at the moment. And now here we go again, where we're going to get an eviction notice here pretty soon from the city of Riviera Beach. I don't know where we're going to go. There's nowhere to go within 50 miles. I might go down to Dinner Key and get a mooring, or go up to Fort Pierce. Anyhow, so I'm going to be forced to move the boat or to sell my dream. I've worked very, very hard to have that boat, and it's just not really fair. We know that the Riviera Beach is planning, and it's pretty close, I understand, of putting in a managed mooring field. So what I'm asking the town to do is to create a temporary permit to stay here until the mooring field is complete and ready to go. It's not a big ask. It won't cost the town anything. And of course, we're responsible boaters, and so there won't be any of those typical issues. And then that way, when the mooring field opens, you'll have customers on day one, which would be great. The sailing community is a vital part of the economic community here. I just spent I spent $6,000 at Cracker Boy just getting the bottom of the boat painted. And so that really helps the economy here. Also, I understand you're building a new vocational school that's going to be teaching marine trades. What will the future look like with no customers or less
Thank you for your
customers?
comment.
So anyhow, my future lies in your hands. And
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry,
All right.
we have to move to the next one. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Lloyd Brown and Dr. Phil Dukes.
Good evening, Rochelle Hughes, Riviera Beach resident. Couple things. First, I want to say thank you to the Public Works Department, Mr. Cedric, Mr. Buxton, and the team. They're going to be starting the millage and resurfacing project in Lone Pine. Yay. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to Major Camone, Captain Rydell, I think I got her name correct, and Captain Harrison for some assistance that they gave a couple of us in Lone Pine Friday evening. So thank you very much, Chief. Thank you for such a great team that you have. The other thing, I wish we would have had the pay to park thing, because I need you guys to make this make sense to me. I sat through the last council meeting where you talked about the utility rates and how high they were and residents can't afford it and this and that. And I get it, because we're trying to pay for a new water treatment plant. And we went through and listened to residents and how much their water utility bill is. Then when it came to the pay for parking, it was all of a sudden, yeah, let the residents pay to park, to come here to the marina or to go to the ocean walk to go enjoy the beach. Make it make sense. Please make it make sense as to why residents of this city cannot get free parking passes to enjoy the beach that's free, to come to the marina that's free. This is city-owned property. Actually, it's city-owned, it's resident-owned. And I need you to make it make sense as to why we talked so much about the utility bills being so high, but then you're okay for residents to pay for parking. That's what I need. I just need you to make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker, Lloyd Brown, followed by Dr. Phil Dukes and
Yeah, my name is
Joseph
Lloyd
Bedford
Brown.
Sr.
My name is Lloyd, and this is not a comment. Y'all ever heard of Abraham Traore? You know, it's like all the gold and stuff that was in Africa. That's like what this land we got here. You know, he sent all these people out of Africa, and he let the people who live in Boca, wherever he's the president, he let the people take the gold, and he made the wealth in there for the people. It's not like y'all. This is gold out here, all this along this coast, all the way down Lauderdale. And black people were here, and white people were here. And we want a part of that money. We don't want you to bring in these developers and take up the whole street. Y'all need to listen to Abraham Traore and bring the stuff back to us. And then another thing, I heard you talk about housing. You said workforce housing. So that's to let you know we ain't got no workforce here. Because you said we're going to have workforce houses for the people coming in the community to work. So that means that we don't have nobody in our community working. And then I'm saying, you talking about housing, I can take you over there on this avenue where you got at least, I may be exaggerating, you got maybe 40,000 people that live over there living in them apartments. But you're not trying to do nothing for them. You want to build this here. They're not going to be able to go in there. There's no affordable housing, no. And don't walk out when I'm talking, man, because she said I can't talk to nobody, one person at a time. So if the group want me to talk to y'all at one time, then stay your ass in here. That's wrong to tell me, Shirley Lanier telling me I can't talk to one person, but this man get up and walk his behind out of here. And y'all sit back there and you're selling us out. You need to listen to this man, Abraham. He kicked these people out. The developers and all of them kicked their ass out and let us use that money for over here. And then, like the lady say, you want to charge us for parking. Ain't no big deal to me because I don't go over there no more. I really don't, because under the bridge, you can't even get up under there. I mean, everything you doing is taking less from us. And then to have a white guy come up here and point 4 black people out and say, you ain't doing nothing for your neighborhood. That's the first time I think I ever heard that in my life. And I'm 72 years old. I've never seen a white man come up and point out some black people and say you're doing wrong to black. So apparently you must be doing pretty damn wrong. I mean, you sit there, y'all got smirks on your face. Do like the man do. Kick these people out of here properly. That's like gold to us. Make money for us, not for y'all. And then you talking about we don't have it. But y'all took a trip to Denver. You took a trip to Denver. You were right down there. I bet you took some people from New York who was a brother. See, I found out all this. I'm not dumb. I may look dumb, but I'm not. You do a lot of things undercover just to get votes.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Dr. Phil Dukes, followed by Joseph Bedford Sr. and Fane Lozman.
Yeah, I think that's the president.
President Trump. Dr. Phil Dukes, CEO of Operation Restore, citizens of Revere Beach, City Council, City Manager, Mayor. It's been June since I've been over here to talk about Black history and the state of affairs in our nation. One thing we have to, before I say that, first let me thank all the people who sent donations. We're still working on putting on these rallies. We have a presentation that we're going to give to the city. And this is about bringing our people together. We are back in the 1930s under this President Trump administration. This President Trump administration is linked up with every white power nationalist group in America. Donald Trump is a fascist white supremacist. Now, some people don't want to hear that because you don't want to admit the truth, but he is. He's done everything he can to tear down everything that black people have built coming up from 1865 to this very day. He's done that. And when we say that, people say, well, Pastor Dukes, you're making yourself a victim. No, we're talking about the victimization of America against black people. Now, look at some of these things that he's doing, like how he's going after the Southern Poverty Law Organization. Look what he's doing. He's not going after one of those white supremacist organizations because they support him. Look at all the things he's doing. So in the city of Revere Beach, we should be pulling people together. I do not hate Donald Trump. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. But we need to go out and vote this present administration out. It is un-American. And those of you who voted for Donald Trump, you know why you voted for Donald Trump, because he appealed to that Eurocentric white nationalist thing, you know, that they're Christian and they're right. Listen, I'm a Christian. Matter of fact, I'm a Christian with a master's degree and an earned PhD that I got from a conservative seminary, but I did not let them tell me what to think. And that's the problem we're having in America. So let us pull together. Listen, you can go on YouTube and type in Operation Restore. We're all Operation Restore Inc. We're all Americans. And you will see our video that we're pushing out to the nation for unity. And I'm going to be coming up here talking about Black history, some of the things that you need to know, some things they're not talking about in school, and not to push a Black nationalist agenda. That is not my goal. My goal is to educate you, regardless of what church you go to, theologically and socially about American history and what it has done and why we're in the shape that we're in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Joseph Bedford Sr., followed by Fane Lozman and Alfred B. Jones.
Joseph Bedford Sr., Region City Council, Mayor, City staff. I had to follow behind that man. I'm a little nervous right now, so forgive me. But I'll come up tonight with a grateful heart. My wife and I started a youth mentorship program called Kings and Queens, Crown Kings and Queens Youth Mentorship. And we had our very first fundraiser this weekend. I don't know if it was the smartest thing to do, in August a fish fry as our very first fundraiser. That was definitely an experience. But we had a goal of $1,000, which we didn't make it our very first, but we did come close to under $600. For me, being a startup program and not known, for my community to come out and say, hey, we know we don't know you, but here's something, for we see you trying to do something in the community, that meant a lot to me. So that under $600 was way more valuable than the money itself. So no one can tell me anything about my city. No one can tell me anything about my community, because I know my community will come together. Under the right leadership, under the right guidance, I know that this city and the possibilities of my community. So I just want to say thank you with a grateful heart of supporting us, and we're getting our foundation together, setting a solid foundation, getting our SOPs together, getting our insurance, doing all those type of things. But in January, we will start with our mentoring program. So I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate my city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker,
Next
please.
speaker is Frank Lozman, followed by Alfred B. Jones and Margaret Shepherd.
Wayne Lozman. I received a call a week or two ago that the utility director had been fired by Mr. Wilkins. And then a few days later was rehired. After I complete my comments, I'd like an answer. Is that true, or that's just an untrue rumor? I've been in contact with the state of Florida. And the state of Florida says their TIF boundaries, the boundaries of the submerged lands on the north side of northwest corner of Singer Island, they have not changed. But yet the police chief, and you can bring him up here and ask him the question, the police chief told me categorically that he cannot enforce trespass on our properties on the northwest corner of Singer Island because the city attorney told him not to do it. The city attorney unilaterally, without the authority of the board, has usurped your authority and changed not only the boundaries of the TIF property, which are individual properties, but also shifted the properties into the state park. Okay, now I've retained a lawyer. We're going to try to force the state to come down and tell the city that you cannot change the boundaries of the sale from 1924. I talked to Spiritus about it a while ago. We had a fight over the issue, and I haven't talked to him since. But he was like, well, the city had this survey done back in 2003, and the surveyor said they're in the wrong place, so we're just going to adopt them. You cannot change the sale of 307.11 acres by the state of Florida just because you hired a survey 100 years after it was surveyed in 1924 and say, we're just going to do it. And the city attorney has unilaterally taken away your authority and told the police chief not to enforce trespass. This board has to do something and control her, that she doesn't have the authority to make a board decision. And if the board did decide to change the boundaries, you would look like a bunch of fools, because that can only be done by the state of Florida. It can't be done by anybody in the city, much less the city attorney. So somebody needs to figure that out. Why is the police chief taking direction from the city attorney and not from this board? That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Alfred B. Jones, followed by Margaret Shepherd and Connor Tierney.
Alfred Jones. I'm up here to really kind of talk to our council. I would really like all you guys to come together as one. I mean, we spend more time trying to pick on people instead of trying to solve the problems that we have. We have all the water bills. We have these buildings. We do have a new city manager. Go with the flow. Do what we need to do with the city manager and let him do his job. Not every time we turn around, we're bothering him about something. When Jonathan Evans was here, you couldn't say anything. You guys, I say, but I'm tired of this. This city needs to come together. Everybody has their own little private agenda. I mean, if it's not what you want, it's a problem. But I remember those times when Jonathan Evans was here. and the same thing was happening. Why we can't just go past this and just move on? We're spending more time on this, and I would love to find out about this report. So I'm hoping that we hear something tonight about this. I really want to hear about the report. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Connor Tierney and Alex Hill.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Should have had my cane. I know if my children see me now, they have a fit. But yes, Erica Davis did hit me on the side of my head and cause a concussion. Yes, I did spend a whole week in the hospital, and yes, I spent 2 weeks in rehab. And I'm here today to say thank you to everybody that came to my house, all of the phone calls. You can always tell who is in your corner because they are the ones that come to your rescue. Thank you for the dinners, for the salads, for the flowers, my birthday cards. Thank you. To go away and come back and say this is the best city or whatever, that you spend $45,000. I think that's what I heard. When people are struggling with water. As Alfred said, we come in here and we don't know what to expect. We're not safe. You put that there, and people use that as a weapon. I was there that night when Erica, I was so ashamed as a Black woman. Thank you. To hear her talk about you, Mr. Guyton, because we've been friends for years. We don't always agree, but we agree to disagree. That's what makes you an elected official. Thank you, sir. And to the mayor of this great city, Mayor Lawson, Mrs. Spiritus, I'm overwhelmed today because I was over at Lindsay Davis for the first time in 2 months. And they said, what a beautiful affair you gave for Father's Day. I was honored because I was pushing you. I needed that money. And I was pushing. And Mrs. Spiritus said it so calmly, I got this. Don't worry about it. Let the mayor. I'm grateful. I'm grateful, Mrs. Spiritus. You didn't have to do it. You just got here. And some of these people have been sitting here 12 years and haven't done nothing. And I thank you. The water. This is the best city, but yet still we cannot drink the water. They want to put it over to us that the water is safe on the island. I will send you a clear message. If you don't have to shower in that water, don't. If you don't have to drink that water, don't. Because it is coming to a standstill that we need to stop the in-house fighting. It comes from council. And that's where the public. Mr. Wilkins, so glad to see you back. It was an honor to serve you then, and it's going to be an honor to serve you now. I thank you for allowing me to go with Ms. Liz Wade and our Sylvia Lee Blue, the late Don Wilson, Snyder, Vanessa, we all keep in touch, and they're happy you back. So we're here. I would like to have a meeting with you about how this police handle this. I've never been raped, but I want to tell you with this incident, this is the 3rd time this girl hit somebody in this office and nobody did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shepherd. Hope you get well. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Connor Tierney, followed by Alex Hill and Joyce Murphy.
Sorry. Thank you, members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Connor Tierney, and I own the Singer Island Pack and Ship on the south side of Singer Island. I'm located in a small section of businesses that's attached to the west side of the Ocean Walk lot, along with 8 other businesses, shops and small businesses. I didn't expect to be here today, but 2 hours before this meeting, I and several of my business neighbors received an email informing us that we suddenly don't meet the eligibility requirements for an employee parking permit because we're not located directly on the City Walk sidewalk, despite being part of the greater Ocean Walk area and being attached by the hip to the parking lot. As such, it sounds like we can be expected to have to pay the daily rate to park within walking distance of our jobs. And as contributors to Riviera Beach's economy and workers who must use the Ocean Walk lot to walk to our daily jobs, we are pretty upset with this decision and it feels quite unfair. It feels like we have our hands tied behind our backs. Most of us run our work at our shops between 4 and 6 days a week. I myself work there 6 days a week, and with the daily rate, I'd be looking at $180 a week to park at my job. That's going to be over $700 a month to park at my job. We're a small section of businesses that, again, directly border the Ocean Walk. And between all of us, we maybe occupy 15 spaces at any given time of the nearly 300 spots. And several of us are closed on the weekends during the peak collecting times for the meters. So we wouldn't even really make a dent in this bottom line of the potential revenue from the parking meters. So at best, it feels like we're being overlooked. At worst, it feels kind of like a cash grab from a small group of people who have no other options. So I have with me a petition signed by myself and a few of my business neighbors. It doesn't represent everyone who's upset by this because, again, I just got this notice 2 hours ago, as did they. But I'll keep sending you names of workers and owners who are hurt and upset by this decision. So I implore you to do the right thing and reconsider this decision and expand the parking permit program to us because, again, we have no other options. Thank you for your time.
Could you get that petition to our city clerk?
Sure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Alex Hill, followed by Joyce Murphy and Michael Jordan.
Hi, good evening, council members and staff. Want to thank you, of course, for your service and hard work to keep Riviera Beach moving forward in a positive direction. I'm a resident, president of my condo association, Lake Harbor Cove, located at 3040 Lakeshore Drive, just west of the wonderful Berkeley Landing Apartments. Our property has a view across Lake Worth to Sugar Sands and the Tiara area, and in particular to the boats that are anchored in the little bit of water just north of Phil Foster Park. As a manager of a marine business, which had an office for 3 years at 1905 Broadway and currently employed by a residential community security company, which has been based on Singer Island for 25 years. I'm very aware of the potential and in fact bought my condo in Riviera Beach because I do see a wonderful future where Riviera Beach can achieve a positioning as really the boating capital of Palm Beach County. I would say that both attracting the visiting yachts during the season as well as keeping affordable options for local boaters here is fundamental to the marine trades, which are very prevalent here in the waterfront area of Riviera Beach. The yards, fiberglass, painting, electrical, plumbing, engine work, detailing, and then many other ancillary services that support yachts when they are here, groceries and restaurants, to name a few, capture the economic benefits and employment of the yachting business. I applaud the city's plans for the managed mooring fields, both northwest of Peanut Island and over north of Phil Foster. This should be seen as one of the many efforts to develop and leverage waterfront assets of the city, which again support employment in these marine trades. My association has about 150-foot pier, fishing pier, walking pier, and we certainly are concerned about the derelict boats that are unmaintained and anchored over by Phil Foster Park. We've had 2 near misses of boats breaking free and almost hitting our pier, which you cannot insure a pier, if anyone would like to know. So I do support the rapid implementation of the mooring field. At the same time, I do support a constructive bridge program for local boaters, and we would like to come together and provide you a solution that for a small number of boats that meet a very strict criteria would be able to stay in the city waters while the mooring field is being implemented and then become some of the first customers. Some of these criteria would include documentation of ownership, contact information readily available to the Marine Police, proof of insurance in line with the Riviera Beach Marina, registration with the state of Florida, Fish and Wildlife long-term anchoring permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Joyce Murphy, followed by Michael Jordan and Cindy March.
Hi, I'm Joyce Murphy from Riviera Beach. I had a big problem with the situation regarding the meetings with the residents of Riviera Beach on the subject of the parking. You canceled last Thursday's meeting with the residents, and tonight you canceled discussion of the same. Why? Residents of Riviera Beach should not have to pay to park in Riviera Beach. We have already paid enough taxes for the creation and the maintenance of these parking lots. We should have free parking. Most of the profit from this paid parking will ultimately go to the private company you hired without community input, and little by little, like all dealings with private companies doing municipal works, it always ends up costing the city and its residents money in the end. Are you planning on having a meeting for the residents? When are you planning on having a meeting for the residents? Or have you all decided our input is not important? I am also in agreement with the comment regarding councilperson's rudeness to residents who choose to take the time to come here personally to speak to you. You're looking at your phones, your laptops, your tablets, ignoring us totally, as well as leaving the room, making sure we understand you really don't care what we have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael Jordan, followed by Cindy March and Antonio Arte.
Say hello to the council. First of all, my name is Michael Jordan. I'm gonna be respectful.
Could you put your
I'm gonna be respectful as always. And Ms. Deborah, you know I have always supported you. But I do want to ask a question. I want to know how the comments card go. I don't know if it's when people come in, their name go to the bottom or their name go to the top. I'm just asking. No disrespect. So we'll talk about it later. I'm saying I have a concern with that. So you know me. I mean, I respect everybody, but whatever's of concern to me, I will talk about it. First of all, I want to congratulate, well, I want to say that I want to congratulate all of you all, the city as well, to be represented, you know, by Congresswoman Lois Frankel. That's a good thing, but I'm praying and hoping that we can own up to continue to get the representation. Because like I say, I know we all, and no matter where you go, have a lot of internal problems, but it's how we put it out there and how we do things and learn to do it with class. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I would like to see happen more. I do think it's disrespectful when people get up. I can't say when you have to go to the restroom and they're talking and addressing the council, people walk out, they ignore the people. Residents are upset about that, you know, so I think some kind of way we should try to respect, you know, and I know something, let me put it this way. I know sometimes people can come up and they may be a little harsh, it may be a little disrespectful to you all. But like I said, if I was up there working, I'm going to be respectful at all times. So I'm saying we got to try to get a little better with that because we need you all and you all definitely need us. Because if it wasn't for our votes, nobody would be up there. You know, and I'm not saying this in a disrespectful manner because the residents have concerns. They're being overlooked. We're being disrespected. Okay, you may not see it as being disrespectful. We don't know what's going on with the water, taking a long time for the plant to get be built. I know that takes time, but we still running off dirty water, mess floating out there in the water. So, you know, these things that I'm talking about, factual. And I know you all seen the post that I put up because I always speak the facts. I don't go by what people tell me. You know, it's a lot of things that we have to correct. And if we work together, we want to help you all correct them. So like I'm just saying, let's go back and let's try to rebuild a friendship or the partnership with the residents. Because I'm going to tell you something, one thing about it, the residents can hurt you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about physically, but you won't be there. And the worst thing you could do is get a bad reputation. You know, I talk about the reputation of the city all the time because it is what it is. And I'm not going to change that. But we want to help you all to kind of clean that up. And like I'm saying, I know, you know, it doesn't matter who ignores me because I know whatever I'm going to say it loud, proud, and factual. And when you're doing the right thing, I'm going to always respect that, like I say, and commend you on it. I like a lot of the things you're doing, but the disrespect to the residents is something that I don't tolerate. I don't like that. That's very, very bad. You know, because I see people come in sometimes don't follow the rules of decorum, but then you put certain people out.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Antonio Arte and Peter Herboa.
Good evening, council. First, it was Barracuda Bay.
Then it was no fishing on the bridge. Now we got the park to go to the beach. It's a sad situation in the city of Riviera Beach. You know, we voted you all into office, and you are not going to give us everything we want, and that's very well understandable. But why tear down all the parks and recreations and we have nowhere to go? And another thing I want to know, I don't understand the CRA. The CRA should be able to be funded from one area to the next area, but you all pick and choose who you all want to help financially and with grants. That Smooth Me Please stayed open for 3 years without paying rent. Rafiki Ticket stayed open for 3 years without paying rent. We have an entrepreneur that's here mentoring our young ladies, and you all can't even help her get what she needs. She had to go to another city to get what she needs, and she's homegrown right here. How can we help our own people? The way we can do that, we can stop with the person of Mandela's number one, and stop talking about what you're gonna block, because your day will come. Lanier, I observe you smacking and laughing when someone up here was speaking. Now you wonder why nobody want to pay your legal fees for wrongdoing, or whether you did something wrong or not, they don't want to pay them. And you all come after me, this non-bias and whatever other thing on social media. Don't come at me, come to me, because I got time if you all got time. But what I'm not going to tolerate is you coming on my page as a non-follower, and then when I say something in rebuttal, you all got a problem with it. It's not fair to me, and I'm not going to tolerate it. Just like you all don't tolerate me being like I am when I come to these meetings being disorderly. Mr. Bill, what God has for you is for you. Can't no man stop or block what God has for you. And some of you all making remarks about his age, 80 years old. It's a blessing to be 4 scores. And you better hope you all get to be 4 scores and more. This man is doing the best he can do. If y'all had that same energy for Evans, we wouldn't be in the predicament we in with our budget. We wouldn't be in a predicament being behind the 8 ball with not being able to get no bond money. So you all have more things to think about than insinuating on him being too old to be a city manager. It's not how old you are, it's what you can do. It's just like money. It's not what you make, it's what you do with what you make. And you all need to give this man a fair chance. And if y'all don't want to be on the board under his leadership, then you all need to just resign. It's just that simple. Glenn, you stay right there in that seat and do what you're supposed to do for the Singer Island and for the city, because you don't came over on the west side before. And yes, the water is a little cleaner on the ocean.
Thank you for
because
your
we got a
comments.
report from the health department. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Antonio Arte, followed by Peter Herboa and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair, and Council. My name is Antonio Orte, and I am a local structural engineer who has owned a sailboat moored in front of the Palm Beach Sailing Club since 2005. The town of Palm Beach recently kicked out all of the boats out of the lagoon for no reason other than they do not want working class people to enjoy the water. I then moved my sailboat to Phil Foster since last May. We all agree that derelict boats are a problem, especially when storms and hurricanes hit and get loose. However, most boats are not derelict, and it is a huge mistake to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I am talking to you in representation of the boaters of the Palm Beach Sailing Club, which take great pride on the upkeep of their boats, keep them registered and insured, do not live in them, and follow the law in every possible way. We are your future customers who will be renting your mooring boats once your mooring field is finished. However, we cannot do that unless we are able to keep our boats in the area. We ask you to amend the recently passed ordinance to include a provision for a temporary permit with the conditions that you deem fair, including a fee and placement in a waiting list for a mooring boat so that we can wait for the construction of the mooring field to be completed. I truly believe that this is a win-win for both the city of Riviera Beach and the local residents who are responsible boat owners and your future clients. I really think it would set a great example of how a common sense government should work with the needs of a population that should not be pushed to extinction just because we are not wealthy waterfront homeowners owning their own docks, unlike what the town of Palm Beach has so horribly done without care or consideration of the consequences of their actions. We look forward to working with you to make this ordinance amendment as fair and effective as possible for the benefit of the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker, Peter Herbola, Doretta Paul, Mary Brown. Doretta Paulk, Mary Brown, and Dolores Williams.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a resident of the city of Riviera Beach. I want to congratulate Mr. Raines for the outstanding achievement of attaining a grant for sustainable food. It is so many people in this city that are really suffering. And this was a very good grant, and I hope he can just continue his hard work and dedication to those who definitely need it. My condolences go out to the Stutstill family. They lost their sister, Catherine Stutstill. She'll be memorialized this Saturday at 11 o'clock. She was our president of our citywide missionary at Greater Antioch Missionary Baptist Church, which I attend. Our founder of the citywide missionary Baptist Church was the late Christine McLean. She was a founder. She dedicated decades of helping children to assist them in getting scholarships for colleges. And we still carry on her legacy. Our citywide missionary citywide missionary Palm Beach County president is Harriet Felder. We welcome numerous churches. If you want to join the citywide missionary of Palm Beach County, we welcome you. We also give to elementary schools throughout the city undergarments, which is totally definitely needed, socks, and we also having a banquet in which I'm going to talk about, hopefully, that when we do have our banquet for raising money for the scholarship, that the parking fees will be waived, because this is to help our children. So I'll be talking about that a little later. I want to bring also concerns I talked about a couple of meetings ago concerning a generator that was purchased by the utility director, Mr. Josh Neiman. Was it working when he purchased it? Is it working now? And what is the status on that? And I want to congratulate Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson, because she is doing a phenomenal job getting that achievement concerning our cities, outstanding cities, out of all the cities in the United States. That's phenomenal and outstanding. I thank you.
Thank you very much
so
for
very
your
much.
comments.
Bye-bye.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mary Brown, followed by Dolores Williams.
Good evening, General Counsel,
as well as the city manager, Bill Wilkins. Good to see you all, but I have been on my job, looking out for the interests that I am supposed to look out for. I'm going to tell you something here tonight because everything that I do tell you, it comes into play. I will never stand here and tell you anything that's not going to happen. Bill, we have been this rodeo 3 times. I have stood in the gap for you as well. As long as they can play you, if you don't do what they want you to do, you know what is going to happen. We too old for that now. We must do better. You are in a budget crunch here. You are top heavy. Remember what we said on the other side. All of these assistant city managers that's making those top salaries. You get you someone that is reliable and that can help you progress and not hinder you. That is one thing that I was supposed to deliver for you tonight. Thank you, City Manager Jonathan Evans, for your service. It has been noted in the authority records. Also, you as council people, any council representative needs to recruit he or she when their hands are in the pot. Oh yeah, you must do that. Don't sit up there and do that because it is noted. Whoever is doing it, and I'm not going to point you out, you know it because we know it and they know it too. So there's 2 things. Vote. Ms. Graham have on this voting here. I will not tell you who to vote for, but I'm going to encourage you to vote for the best candidate that has your interest at stake here now in what we're in here. It's time out for that friends and buddy stuff. If they do not vote for you, do not vote for them. It's okay to choose somebody else and see what they are doing. The parking. See, Ms. Graham, I know the parking issue has come up, but Ms. Graham paid for her parking in February of 26. I took advantage of the offer that the city had given to we as residents. Whether you agree with it or not, we are in detrimental times here. When I tried to tell you all to move on that water, residents, this is not your fault about the water. It is the elected officials. And I don't say that lightly. I get it from the top officials. And this is what you all have done to this city here. Not the residents, as leaders of this city here. You must get your act together because we will get it together for you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The last speaker is Dolores Williams.
Everybody. Yeah, you're talking about the water. I think somebody brought this question up. Say, who fight the utility man? If you can, you tell me and I'll tell them who fight it. But it's not what they say, but it's what they do. Listen to what everybody be saying. Look at what they do. Some been there, Mr. Wilkins, I know you, because my daughter and Miss Anderson attended school, and they were what? Friendship with each other, scholars and everything. Some people say, you're not too old, but Jesus say, call for the old pathway and walk therein. Sometimes you got to look back over. You can't see and learn from your old mistakes. You're going to keep on making mistakes. I'm going to say something. They might get mad and say, I'm doing this here. But if you notice those 2 people on the end there, they sit there like a wart on a pickle. They special people come up there, you watch them get out the computer, they put their hand off the chin and they smile. But they think Mr. Wilkins can't do the job. It's what you think, it's what you do. I think he can do the job. And before I keep getting on that, I just want to give an honor to the mayor We did last week, Saturday, get the book bags ready for this Saturday. And he's doing a wonderful job of passing out the book bags and school supply, Mayor Lawson. So we want you to think about it. A lot of times people say, you know, I brought that, somebody brought that thing to me, I brought it up, about the crow and the eagle. Man, we still got some of these crows around here, pecking on the best thing and trying to destroy, not going nowhere. If you want to go somewhere, you got to join into the right thing. You got to join it for things that make things go forward and to be a greater progress. If you say you're qualified, you got more, you did this, you did 9 years, did 12 years, then did 13 years. If it's the same thing when you was here before we got the new manager back, you the same old. You the apple that's spoiling the bunch. And you need to stop that. Show these people like you care about. You want this city to progress. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do a vlog. I'm gonna put their pictures and show you how they act. They want Miss Davis to lose the race. They want Guyton to lose. They want Mr. Spear, want y'all to vote them out. But we're not gonna let them vote you out. We're gonna vote you, keep you in, capital I-N exclamation mark. And need to stop this and come on, be together. Like you say you're together. You're not together. What the word say? Together, and you're not together.
Thank you very much for your comments. Madam Clerk, what's the next item?
Mr. Chair, we are on item 3I.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
if there's some questions that were asked during the public comment, can Mr. Wilkins please answer?
Did you want to do them now or
Yeah, we
in
usually
its closing
normally right
comment?
after because some people leave, so we try to do it right now, right after.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Council. There are only a few remarks that I have. One is concerning the remark from one of the individuals concerning looking to waive the parking fees. And we just like to report to the public that in the future, we're not at liberty at this point in time to discuss these plans. I'd like to indicate to the general public that at this time, we're not able to describe or disclose the information that we have, but the city council members and the staff is looking at a provision, looking at a way in which we can assist the public with the parking fees.
Okay.
To Mr. Jordan's concerns about the water department, one of the things that we may have been a little slow on is really continuing to put information out about the water plant. So we're going to put together a program that on a regular basis, we will keep the public updated in terms of what the status of the water plant is. It's a 3-year project. It's not going to be finished overnight, but we can provide you with information that will give you the assurity that the plant is being delivered in a timely and efficient and great fashion. There was one comment about the situation with the generator and the utility director. At present, the case is being investigated by the state attorney's office. Those of us who are involved have been advised not to make any comments on it until they complete their investigation. So we cannot legally, and we should not legally, make any comments about that case until there's been some decision made by the state attorney's office. And that's why you don't see staff answering these questions. Ms. Brabham made comments about too many assistants. We are in our budget period now. The city council has been presented a budget by me, and it's up to the city council to make determinations about the status of those activities that are funded in the budget. We did go through and make a number of cuts in our staffing. Our goal was not to reduce our staffing level because we know that these are citizens that occupy these jobs. We are attempting to hold on to as many employees as we can. So it is a process. We'll be on August the 11th, August the 15th, and August the 18th. We're having budget meetings. We encourage all of our public to come out and participate. You get an opportunity to see firsthand how the city builds its budget. And at that point in time, you'll also be given an opportunity to make comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Yes, go ahead.
Chair, Mr. Wilkins, is there any way to meet with some of those boat owners that do not own derelict vessels to see if there's anything that we can do?
Yes, staff plans to meet with the appropriate individuals to discuss that, and come back to the council's recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. And to Ms. Davis-Pinero, I did get a chance to meet with that community and hear some of their perspective. They have some good ideas. So if staff can meet with them to have that discussion, that was going to save that for my comments, but thank you for addressing that. And also, I did want to hear and get some updates, hopefully by next meeting. We don't have to get it tonight, but where are we with the mooring field? Because we've had some discussions, and I know that there's no clear plan. So if we could possibly have that as a discussion item and direction for the next meeting, and then also meet with some of those voters, local residents, voters, to see what options and alternatives we could do to assist a few of them. Because I know our biggest concern was the derelict boats, and also in conversations, I know that a lot of boats are just being dumped into our area because other municipalities have passed this ordinance. So we want to make sure that we can kind of get ahead of it, but still protect some of the residents and some of the boaters that are currently there, the safe operational boaters.
Yes, our Marine unit is active. Our Marine unit is active in approaching the boats, inspecting the boats, and providing notices. So we are active. The program has started.
And with that, the program has started, but some of these active voters have been getting ticketed and are getting noticed. So we want to see what options, if we can meet with them to discuss what options we have, as maybe something, I think one of the speakers said, like a bridge between now and the mooring, to give them an opportunity to not have to relocate while we finish the mooring discussion.
We certainly will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Chair Spirited.
Yeah, I really want to discuss this tonight, but since everyone's bringing it up, I held 4 town hall meetings with reference to the ordinance that we passed and with reference to the mooring fields. I could tell you that overwhelmingly, the people in Lakeview Park, Sugar Sands, and the other areas that are directly on the waterfront, and there are boaters are 100% against the mooring field. We've worked some sort of negotiation with those people in our conversations, that the first thing that we would do is this ordinance and clear out the area. These people that are there right now were thrown out of 3 other communities. We've become the dumping grounds for the boats that are being moored right now. It's very hard to differentiate between a derelict boat and a regular boat, even on a legal standpoint. You can't cut the baby in 2. You have the law, you have to enforce the law. It's very hard. The people did agree that after we cleared out the boats and the area was clean, we can then look at doing a mooring field. And we had hundreds and hundreds of people show up to these hearings. We agreed that we would have a mooring field that would be reduced in size and would have certain constraints on it, and these people would all be eligible to apply for it. But certainly I would hope that the council would give preference to Riviera Beach residents in the mooring field that we're going to have. So this definitely deserves investigation by the city attorney as to whether we're doing selective enforcement, whether we can, how we pick and choose boats that are going to go into even the mooring field itself. But clearly, whether or not we can only partially enforce an ordinance, or if we do, how could we possibly do it legally? So I think it's going to be in the hands of the city manager, and we all feel bad for these people, but they're coming from 3 different communities. North Palm Beach passed this ordinance, Palm Beach passed this ordinance, West Palm Beach passed this ordinance, Town of Palm Beach passed this ordinance. So that's why they're all here right now. Everybody's boats that were in these other neighborhoods are now sitting in front of the houses and in the waterway that's being used by the people that live in Riviera Beach. So, and I can tell you, we've already had 2 boats smash into the wall at the Sugar Sands in just the last few weeks. We've had 3 boats that are sinking right now. This is a horrible situation that we're in. It's going to be a very expensive situation if we don't get all these boats out of here right now. And I know that there's a couple of people or a few people that have good boats and abide by the law, but it's very hard when you're looking at the amount of boats that we have there. We even have 2 large barges right now that set up shop here in Riviera Beach. You'll see them outside of Peanut Island, right off a Lakeview area there, and you'll see that they have giant cranes on them. This is the first thing you see when you come over the Blue Heron Bridge. Instead of seeing blue water, you see a giant crane and 2 giant barges. So that's why we passed the ordinance that we passed.
Okay.
But this will be further discussion.
Yes, that's what, could we bring it back for discussion at our next meeting and discuss options as to what the council want to do?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Just one more thing. Mr. Wilkins, one of the residents, she indicated that she had been assaulted or hit or something, or attacked or something during a meeting. Can you just make sure some sort of investigation takes place? Because I think she said that may have happened a couple of times. Do you recall during public comment? Did you hear me?
What, please, in the audience? Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins?
We will investigate that incident, and I believe that individual has been here before. She made that report before, and I believe we have investigated. I'll have to
Do they
check the
have
records.
something? Do they have an update or something, or are they aware? The ones that's at the podium?
Are you all coming here to speak on this
Okay.
issue here?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Kevin Coppin, Assistant City Manager. Just want to give you 30 seconds on some of the enforcement that's been taking place on the water. And
No. I was talking about, which situation are you talking about? The water, the boat?
Yeah, the mooring. Now,
That's-
she's
oh.
talking about, we're off of that issue.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
Okay,
so
but
Ms.
it's going to be investigated, Ms. Miller Anderson.
You said yes, Mr. Wilkins?
He said he's going to investigate it.
We will have to find out what the record, I don't know what the results of that review were. I
So it
know,
was
I
investigated?
know our police were contacted, and there was a report made.
So it was investigated, you said? Okay.
To the best
Anybody know
of, to the
what
best
the
of my
res-
knowledge, I don't know for certain.
Is there anybody here that's aware of what it was?
Ms. Nguyen, do you have any information on this item?
I'd like to speak with the council individually about it first.
Okay, all righty. She's going to speak to us individually.
That's fine. I just want to
Okay.
make sure that we have an opportunity to let the public know, because we
Yeah.
have someone saying they're being hit and we're not doing anything about it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments? We're moving on now to our next item. Please read it into the record. Excuse me? Wait. Wait, please, let me say this. We cannot answer every question the same night. Certainly, I would get with the city manager to follow up with those that he was not able to answer tonight, but please don't expect us to sit up here and answer every comment that comes up. Every comment is important, and we will follow up. But we do have to keep the meeting moving. So, Mr. Wilkins, could you follow up with Mr. Lozman on his comments?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please read this item into the record.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 3I. I will read the resolution into the record again. Resolution number 9726, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the utilization of trained technologies a vendor listed in Exhibit A to Resolution 111-25 to provide a new HVAC systems and equipment in an amount not to exceed $106,400 for the Lindsay Davis Senior Center, excuse me, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovations and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no comment cards on this item. The acceptance of card is closed. We had previously received a motion and second on this resolution. Motion made by Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus, and the second was provided by Councilperson Lanier.
Thank you very much. Staff.
Good evening, Council. Terrence Bailey, City Engineer. If it please the board, I'd like to do a presentation on Lindsay Davis and what is going on in total, as all 5 items are pieces. I believe that'll expedite this issue and by doing them basically
Privacy has
together.
its place.
We'll just go through what's going on. As you know, in October, Lindsay Davis was approved to move into construction. We were moving diligently through that construction, and while the contractor was in the ceiling, he found out that what looked like termites in the trusses in the roof. They brought it to the attention of staff and the design architect. The structural engineer came out and determined that that was accurate. There were termites in the trusses.
Vice Chair.
Engineer Bailey, can you please explain to everyone what a truss is in the roof so that they understand what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Above your roof, the framing that holds the roof above down to the structural elements in the wall and moves the load from the roof down to the concrete. But basically, you see them on trucks all the time in a house when the house is going up. You have the walls go up, and everything above the walls are the truss system. It looks like a nice wide triangle, and then the boards for the roof go on top, and your shingles. So it is a structural element that holds the roof up and doesn't fall on your head. All right. So very, very important for life safety to make sure that the roof stays up and doesn't come down in the building. So with those, with the discovery of the termites, the structural engineer and architect determined that the termites needed to be eradicated. The building was tented. There was a communication from City Manager Evans at the time to the public. There was notice. The building was tented and the termite colony was eradicated. Unfortunately, there was a significant amount of damage done to the trusses. The structural engineer went beam by beam, board by board, every single truss, and came up with a plan for remediation. A copy of that plan is in the backup for the agenda item on 86-26, so you can see how many trusses and the scope and scale of the problem. While they were up there, we also were notified that the existing fire alarm system, which needed to be expanded, was over 20 years old and could not be expanded, so it needed to be replaced. As well, the mechanical contractor, while he was intending on inside the existing contract, we were adding one new air conditioning unit and replacing one unit as part of the project. He notified staff that the 3 units that were remaining were not in good condition and requested that they be evaluated. Public Works Department evaluated them and determined that they needed to be replaced. Director Buxton Tete asked me if I could integrate it with the project since we already had the crane and the mechanical out there, and we obliged so that when we're done, this will be a very new, very safe, very stable building with all of these new life safety elements, and with proper maintenance, it will significantly extend the useful life of the building. So the 5 agenda items before you are the fire alarm, the 3 HVAC units we need to purchase, the design architect, as you can imagine, they've had to be so integrated with this problem. There's a extension of their contract with more funding, as the project was anticipated to be completed in August and now will be completed in December. So their time to continue on the project is in one of these, is in the resolution. In addition, we were fortunate in because this additional scope was unknown and unforeseen. In our work with Palm Beach County as a great partner, they determined that we do qualify for additional CBDG funds. So the county is bringing $218,000 to the table to help us offset this cost for the additional work. And that too is one of the resolutions here before you. So in summary, we were in the project, we discovered some unknowns, and now we have a change order to address those unknowns. And unfortunately, it did push the timeline of the project back. The major lead time is the 20-ton AC unit has a 16-week lead time. That is what's going to push it to December. Most of this other work would have been done in, early September, early November, but we simply have to wait for that very large AC unit to arrive. They're not lying around, they have to be made. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I think Councilwoman Lanier is the one that pulled this. Did you pull this item? I mean, not pull it, but you wanted them all to be discussed together.
Yeah, that was the thinking behind it, so that all of the items that are associated with Lindsay Davis should be presented together, so that we can vote on them one after the other instead of having them hodgepodged all over the agenda.
Good idea. Are there any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
There are no comment cards for this item.
Are there any further comments from council members?
I just also like to say that I had a lot of questions about this early on. I appreciate Mr. Bailey providing us with a breakdown of what it is that we're looking at, because I had no idea that all of these were tied together. I had no idea that the CDBG grant paid for over half of it. So this really did help me to put in perspective exactly what it was that I was looking at, so I can appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Are there any further comments from the council?
Chair.
Oh,
I would just ask again that, you all communicate with the seniors, the timeline, because I think that they were expecting to move in the past, and then it was October and now it's December. So just let them know the progress that's being made, and that they will eventually have a great center to be able to participate and enjoy their activities.
And as you know, whenever we do one of these large projects, there's always a grand reopening, and we are going to put that in place. So we are excited to have that as part of the Christmas celebration.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Mr. Wilkins or Ms. Nguyen, are there any concerns with any of these items that we need to be aware of prior to voting?
No, we reviewed them again today and yesterday prior to this meeting, and our concerns have been satisfied.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Next item, please.
Next item, item 3J, resolution number.
I'm sorry. 3J.
Yes, sir. Resolution number 98-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the utilization of West Architecture as selected by Resolution 6324 to provide architectural services in an amount not to exceed $74,980 for the Lindsay Davis Senior Center, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovations, and providing an effective date. We did have one comment card on this item, but the gentleman has left. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
Okay, and the next 4 items are related to Lindsay Davis, what we just discussed. I would entertain a motion for approval for this resolution. So moved. It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Davis Penier. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I do want to be very clear that I certainly support the renovation of the Lindsay Davis Center. However, I have heard of some concerns with several of these items that are related to this project, so I cannot support it because of that. I know Mr. Wilkins just said that they took a look at it again, I guess, and they're pretty comfortable with it being on the agenda, and that's fine. I'm not comfortable with it being on the agenda because of the situation that I'm hearing. There's some concerns about the process. So I will not be supporting it. So I just want to put on record as to why I cannot vote yes.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Are there any further questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you know we're about to vote, but go
I
ahead.
understand.
Go ahead.
Recognizing Councilperson Miller's concerns, during our review, we did make note of some policy changes that we're going to have to entertain. So I just want to alert you to the fact that we will be making some policy changes that we discovered and thought were significant enough for us to address.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, what needs to be changed or what happened?
There are some things that we do administratively that we need to address.
What does that
not
mean,
impact.
Mr. Wilkins? I didn't have that conversation with anyone, so I'm trying to get an understanding as to what that means. What policy changes, what happened?
I don't want to go into detail here publicly, but we operate in a certain manner, and some of those practices we will need to check. And it's based on some of the comments that were provided to me by our auditor. We can always improve our processes.
But see, that's where my concern is coming in, because if you're saying there is some process that needs to be changed, why not change the process or fix whatever it is that needs to be fixed before we move forward with this? But we're just going to go ahead and move forward with it, even though we know something happened or shouldn't.
No,
whatever.
because
I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying
exactly. And it does
there
not,
is a concern. So why are we moving it forward if there's something we need to change?
because it's not significant enough to stop this process.
Okay.
So, Ms. Nguyen,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not understanding. What's the situation?
There were some concerns raised by some staff member. Several staff members got together. We discussed those concerns, and those concerns were alleviated and resolved. I don't know exactly what Mr. Wilkins plans to put in place and address, but these documents are legally sufficient. The process was handled correctly as well.
So why did he just say there were some processes that need to be changed?
I can't answer that
I
question.
think he did say that.
I'm getting two different answers.
Okay.
No, it's not okay because I didn't get any of this information. So I'm trying to now find out what are we talking about because that was not discussed during my agenda review.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
So that's
but
a concern then.
I know. What's concerning me that there could be legal repercussions, and it's clear that they're not ready to discuss it in public yet. I'm sure they would get with you privately and let you know, but they don't want to expose us to.
I get that part. But I'm just saying if we have those reservations, why are we voting on it right now?
Okay, well, but
Mr.
that's it is a valid point, and you're making your point, but
So you
five
all
of
okay
us
with
are
voting
in
on
here.
something and you
Are
don't know what it's all about?
Yeah, sure. 5 of us are in here, and we each make our own decision whether we want to move forward or not.
I didn't say you couldn't.
Okay.
I'm just saying, usually we're concerned about things and now we're not concerned about this, but we're ready to vote.
Okay.
Chair.
Vice, wait, I don't know if Councilwoman Miller Anderson is done yet.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Vice Chair Spiritus, and then Mayor Lawson.
Okay, Attorney Nguyen and City Manager Wilkins, I just want to get this straight before we go to a vote. Is it clear that everything that was done legally with reference to all of these resolutions that we're about to vote on?
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes.
Right. So what you were saying, Mr. Wilkins, is that you would like to improve on some of these items, even though they were legal and they were done procedurally correct, but you think that there's room to improve upon the way that the city does these types of change orders. Is that correct?
Correct. For instance, we have an automated system that we use to process this documentation. And I believe that we do not have, for instance, a provision for an internal auditor to also take a look at these items before they go forward.
Hey, Chair,
So there are things like that.
Chair, one more question. Okay,
Go ahead.
to our engineer, if we were not to do these items, how long would this delay this project?
Well, sir, as I mentioned, the trusses are fundamental, and the fire alarm is fundamental. You can't be in the building without a fire alarm. So without moving, and the AC units, you'd get mold. So these are sort of fundamental life safety issues that if you want to reopen the building, this kind of has to be done.
Okay, but if we didn't do it tonight, you have to order these things.
Yes.
There's
The-
timelines, like the train.
The train unit, 16 weeks
unit
from
is a
order.
perfect example, right?
So again, ordering it tomorrow, it doesn't get here till mid-November. And by the time you get it off the truck, get it on the roof, get it tied in, inspections and cleared by the building department, that puts you at December 21st. So it's in essence, December 21st plus every day we don't approve it.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just like to add, please be reminded that there's an election in March and that is a polling place. So I really need this open in December.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Spiritus. Councilwoman Lanier.
Just let me ask a question, because this, oh, I'm sorry, it was the
Mayor, I'm
mayor.
sorry,
Yes, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
ma'am, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead, Councilwoman. I'm gonna
No,
reserve my
I just wanted to ask, when Mr. Wilkins talk about, processes to improve upon, I would like to know what those are. Because it's not a legal issue, because there's not an issue with it being legally done right. Apparently there's a process issue, and I'd like to know what that is so that we'll know what it is that we're trying to improve upon. I don't think that that's something that needs to be held back or something that needs to be not said. It's not legal, so, what do we need to improve moving forward with this?
I mentioned one issue, and that was that our auditor is not involved in that particular process.
So when we're looking at our contracts, we want it to go through the internal auditor.
No, we're looking at the internal auditor having the ability to view these items as they go through the system. Doesn't exist now.
Like when they go through the peak system, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
Okay, any further questions? Mayor Lawson.
I will pass on my comments. We'll talk to staff after, during agenda review.
Sound good. Any further comments? Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chairperson Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, we're on item 3K, which is resolution number 99-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the receipt of additional fiscal year 2020, 2021 and fiscal year 2022, 2023 CDBG funds in the amount of $218,000 for a total of $1,114,973 for the Lindsay Davis Senior Center, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the project 25016 budget to $1,511,373, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovation, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no cards on this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
I will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Penier. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I just like to say one thing, Chair.
Yes. Councilwoman Lanier.
I just want to make sure that Mr. Wilkins brings this process item back to the process policy item back to the board for review and approval, given that this board is a policy-making board. Thank you, sir.
So noted. Mr. Wilkins, did you hear that?
If it's appropriate for me to bring it back to the board, I will.
Oh, when the
Yes.
new policies are created,
Yes.
she asked that they be brought back for our review and approval.
Yes.
Yes. Are there any further questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
The next item is 3L, Resolution Number 100-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the utilization of Night Fire and Security, a vendor listed in Exhibit A to Resolution 111-25, to provide a new fire alarm system in an amount not to exceed $31,377 for the Lindsay Davis Senior Center, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovations, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no cards for this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
I will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Perdnier. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson out.
Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is item 11A, resolution number 86-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a change order to Allsite Construction, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $304,995.02 for termite control, truss replacement, HVAC replacement, and ductwork, and contract time extension associated with the renovations at the Lindsay Davis Senior Center for a new contract value of $2,493,351.24, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10% of the new contract value, authorizing the chief financial officer to make payment from projects 23019 Parks Master Plan and 25016 Lindsay Davis renovations, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, I do have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Perdnier. Discussion on the motion. This was part of the discussion that we had with the engineer earlier, and he did discuss this. So we'll go right to the public comment card. Would you call the public speaker, please?
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. As you all have discussed this over and over and over, the main thing you all have to understand, Reverend Davis will be rolling over in his grave to know that his senior citizens are over at the Brooks Center, which is very small, and we were taken from Wells, which is still filled with a lot of exposures to your senior citizens. It's a disgrace that you say you're going away to Denver for whatever, the best city or whatever. It's just appalling that your citizens that vote for you, they vote for you, that you have not taken delegate. Nobody been over here. The first thing that you need to do is get rid of Mr. Bailey. That's what you need to do. Because if he was any type of a whatever he is, they should have been over there inspecting that building. I was there today, Mr. Wilkins, when you, Reverend Davis, Ms. Hudnell, Roseanne Brown, and I didn't mention Judy Davis. You know, all of us still talk. That ribbon cutting went on, and nobody been back over there. Nobody been over to take care of us, and he give you all these elaborate schemes and these words, the trussels. What the heck is a trussel? I wouldn't have known until somebody said, explain trussel. This needs to stop. You take money, $2 million in debt already. You have bond issues that you're trying to cover up, and yet you want to blame it on Mr. Wilkins. It started, he was here. I assume he was here, if my memory served me right, but it was me, and I don't think it's a legal issue. Goodbye. That's what I would say to you, sir, because you come with all these combobulations and all of these big words, and when Lindsay Davis is a sacred ground. I know Reverend Davis was so happy that day. In fact, I think the whole Davis family that was there, they took up a whole row, and they made sure that that building was built. And then they said, well, who are we going to name the garden now? I said, why don't you do Willie Bowe? Yes, that's a good idea. Why? Because these people have taken care of the city of Riviera Beach, and now you're hustling over what? I mean, who are we blaming? You have to blame staff. Who are we getting rid of? Well, I don't know who you need to get rid of, but the main thing, come next year, 28, we need to get rid of you. That's what we need to do.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any further comments on the dais? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Bernier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, item 12A was moved to after 11A, so we are on 12A, which is update on city manager search. Mr. Chair, I have 3 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins is our HR director, and she's going to give us an update on
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Brenda Jenkins, Director of Human Resources. An RFP was sent to council members and the mayor on July 15th with the scope of services, asking if any revisions were needed. Another reminder was sent out on the 22nd. I did receive 2 responses back from council members. They were taken into consideration and will be included. If the council decides to move forward with the RFP, the procurement department will start the solicitation process. So we'll wait the advice of the council on the next steps.
Thank you for your update, Ms. Jenkins. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, I asked for this item to be placed in front of the city manager's contract because we need to figure out, are we going to keep going down this road with the city manager search, or because the next item is going to look at Mr. Wilkins's contract for a year? I don't want to waste any money here, so what are we doing?
The RFP is not for the city manager themselves. It's for the recruitment firm that may do the search for us. Is that correct, Ms. Jenkins?
That is correct.
Okay.
So what does that mean? I mean, if we're gonna, got me thrown off. If we having a firm to look for a city manager, then what do we need a firm for? We got an item that's going to give somebody a year contract. We don't need that, do we?
That was a discussion that a contract would be up to for a year. Mr. Wilkins would have an opportunity or privilege to leave sooner. And that was the discussion about having a firm in place that can come, already approved, that can come right in. And he's going to be required to give us a certain notice so we can go right out for our search.
So the update on the city manager search. So what we're actually doing is basically putting a firm on retainer. Is that what
Pretty
you're
much.
saying? Okay. So, and how much is that retainer looks like? The full amount, half of the amount? How does that work?
Well, the solicitation has to be sent out first, and based on the vendors that respond to the solicitation and their amounts, that the procurement department will take over that as far as the bidding and which vendor that is awarded to.
So the RFP has been sent out?
No, it has not been sent out as of yet.
Well, I think that needs to be a part of the RFP then, that they need to know, whomever it is that wins that bid, they need to know that they will be in a holding pattern until needed, basically.
That can be added to the scope of services. I was just waiting on the council direction on whether or not we wanted to start the RFP process.
Well, you're saying, the chair is saying that we need to have somebody in place in case of. So how does that work? I think that the attorney was going to say something.
Yeah. And actually, that wasn't me. That was a discussion amongst the council one night, and that's what was decided. That wasn't a chair decision.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Lanier.
City attorney.
Yes, I think some clarification is in order. I might be incorrect. The purpose of the RFP is to select a firm to do, for instance, like a headhunter, to do the search of the city manager for us. So we would be soliciting a firm. That firm would go out and do everything that normally our HR department would do, but you all wanted a national search.
No, I know that.
Right, so the holding pattern part doesn't apply to the firm.
Okay, so that was my initial question. My initial question is, if we have at the next item on this agenda, a proposal of a one-year contract for Mr. William E. Wilkins as a city manager, then why would we be going out to find a firm for a city manager?
And my understanding was that Ms. Jenkins stated that a national firm would take a certain amount of time, and that time was more than the temporary city manager position of up to 120 days. Remember, the contract that we currently have with Mr. Wilkins is a temporary contract as an interim city manager for up to 120 days as laid out in our charter.
So this contract that's on this agenda tonight is 120 days.
No, you already entered into that one. But once she starts the process with trying to get a search firm, it's going to take him past that date.
Right.
And you would either.
The contract that he's in now is up until September 4th, correct?
Correct. So a month from now, he would have to leave that position, or you enter into this contract and he stays for the one-year contract while she continues the search process. Because the RFP hasn't even gone out, am I correct?
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. We got two issues here. One is an issue where we're going to pay money to do a search. The other issue is that there is an item on the agenda for a year's contract with a city manager. Which one are we going to do? We cannot do both. Because
wait, stop.
Hold on a second. And that is the issue. The issue is that why would we be doing a whole search if we have a contract on for a year? That is my issue here.
Chair.
Because what are we doing here?
Let her finish.
I'm saying that because why would we go forward with an RFP when we have a year's contract on this end here?
So that you can have a city manager lined up when Mr. Wilkins' one-year contract is up.
Chair.
How much time, Ms. Jenkins, did you tell us it would take to do a national search?
It don't take a
Or
year.
if we do an RFP, it depends on the solicitation process. If we did it internal, we can do the recruitment internal using some of the same platforms that the executive search is gonna use. I can do that internally, but the council asks for an executive search.
Right.
The same thing that the firm is gonna do, we can do it internal. We can use the same platforms.
Okay, so this is, I know that y'all hearing me now. So why would we need a head hunter, a firm, when there is no vacancy?
The chair.
Okay, and let me finish. Let me finish. Because if we're gonna keep the search firm, then we know that it's not gonna take a year to find somebody. We do know that. So we need to either look at having a contract for 6 months and having the firm to bring us back candidates in 6 months, including Mr. Wilkins, or we need to get rid of the search firm altogether and just do the year's contract and pick back up, because either way, we're spending money on both ends if you're looking at a year's contract, because there's no way that we're gonna have a search firm that's gonna come back, it's gonna take them a whole year to find somebody. That's ridiculous to even think it's gonna take a whole year to do that.
Chair, can I ask a question?
So
Wait until,
I just want to know
Councilwoman
which way are we
Lanier.
moving? Which way are we moving with this? Miss Kinnear, go ahead. You want to tell me something? Go ahead.
No, I don't. No, I want to get clarification too. So after we go through the RFP process, we don't have to immediately go into a contract with the people that we select. Am I right? Because I thought that, like as she was saying, his contract is up to a year. So we were trying to have a search organization in place so that if he decides in 3 months he's gone, that he wants to leave, he's going to give us notification. That was my understanding. And then we would go ahead with the process, and that group will already be in place so that we're not starting at that point. So my first question is, if we go through the RFP and we decide that we want to choose this particular organization A, we don't have to immediately go into contract to begin paying organization A. Am I correct? Or
You're absolutely correct. And the RFP process would take 3 to 4 months. And so if we're 3 to 4 months in and we come back and we ask for you all to enter into a contract, then we can at that time, when the council is ready, to start the search. And I believe based upon the last council meeting and this item was discussed, it was just to allow the time, the RFP process, identify a search firm, and then when needed, we can trigger them to start and give them time to find one or a candidate that is suitable to council.
Sure. Let me say one more thing, Dr. Spears, one more thing. I just really want to say that if we're going to keep this search firm, then the contract needs to be 6 months. And then, because why are we letting Mr. Wilkins decide when he's going to leave? If we're going to do this, if we're going to put forward and look for a candidate, then we need to have a time certain of 6 months. If we haven't found anybody, or Mr. Wilkins throw his hat in the ring, then we can go forward with that. But to say that we're going to give him a year's contract and he can decide when he's going to leave, and then we're going to have to wait until we get a search firm, that's just ludicrous. We do 6 months or extend the interim until we find someone. So I don't understand this contract situation when you already have a search firm looking for somebody. So that just doesn't make sense to me. So either we're going to do it where we're going to extend his contract for 6 months until there's candidates that we can review, or we're going to get rid of the whole search altogether and give him a year's contract. Which one do you want to do?
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Vice Chair Spiritus.
All right, Director Amons, good evening. Can you please tell me if we can add into the RFP process that the firms would have to hold their numbers and their agreement for an additional 6 months or a year?
Yes, we can, in the RFP, ask them to hold their price or their cost proposal for a period of time. Yes.
All right, I'd suggest that we do that. Thank you.
Suggest that we do what?
That when we do the RFP process, we include in the RFP that the firms that are going to be responding will have to hold their proposal and their numbers for at least 1 year.
Okay, do we have any public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 public comment cards.
Okay, would you please call,
The first is Fane Lozman, followed by Cindy March, and then Mary Bram.
Fane Lozman. To answer your question, Ms. Lanier, we should just go back to the firm when we had the Jonathan Evans, who did all the names there. I have a copy of that thing. We don't need, you can do a no bid and go back to that same firm, because this is pretty critical. And why is it critical? Well, I have a bunch of newspaper stories from Mr. Wilkins' tenure, both in the 80s, 1999 and 2008, and the current. When he was put on leave, he decided to resign in 2008, okay? What did he tell the Palm Beach Post when he was quoted? Why did he resign? He goes, "I felt it was time," Wilkins, 60, said after the council voted to accept the resignation, noting that he had had heart surgery in January of 2008. He goes, "My health was not going to get any better. It's extremely stressful." That was 18 years ago. So he resigned 18 years ago. He was given a year's severance pay. He was given a car allowance. And then in a meeting that wasn't properly noticed, they had a city council meeting on a Monday at 4 o'clock. They said, "Well, we're going to pay you another $42,000 because you served in the military so you can get your retirement through the state system." Okay? So he said 18 years ago it was too stressful. His health is not good. He's a 79-year-old man. He's had his time. He's already had chances. He was fired one time. He didn't deal with the Robbie Little situation, covered that up. There's a whole stack of stories I'll talk about when you want to give me 1-year contract. We cannot afford to have 2 qualified city employees, Deirdre Jacobs and Coppins. That's their job, is to be an interim manager. That's the way it works in every city I've ever been to. That's the way it works in the county. You don't go out and get an outside interim manager and pay him a couple $100,000 a year when this city has the 2nd highest millage. People are going to lose their homes because you guys can't control the money you spend. Ms. Paneer, we have 2 qualified people. Deirdre Jacobs was the city manager for 6 months. The city didn't fall apart. She could hold it together. You go no bid to the firm that did the search before, and you tell Wilkins goodbye when his 120 days are up. But to sit here when you have 2 qualified people, Coppins may not want to be the permanent city manager, but he can certainly be the assistant city. He can certainly be an interim city manager. He was in the military. He had his qualifications are a lot better than Wilkins. Wilkins had retired, resigned, came back, resigned, came back. And when you see some of the stories that I dug out, you're going to be shocked. I actually emailed you a copy of those stories. You got to use one of the people in-house to do this job. You cannot keep wasting money on a guy who's 79 years old who resigned.
Thank you very much
from
for
the
your
city.
comments. Okay, we have 2 issues. Councilwoman Lanier made a suggestion that either we just.
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
we have a few more
I
comments.
have 2 more comment cards. I think Cindy March left, and so now it's Mary Bram. Mary Bram.
It's Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. I would like for you to not proceed with this as of yet. Why I am saying this is because of what we are enduring now. It is investigations, and it's going to happen. I'm almost reassured about that. Bill Wilkins sit here. He knows about the budget. He knows how to navigate the budget. And these extended months that we will give him, this at least will give him that opportunity and time to try to set some course in this city here. Because things are going to happen in this city. I can guarantee you all about that. Because it's too much that has been going on. Leave him. Forget about that firm for right now. please do that. If you do not take any other advice, what your city is doing here now, Bill is capable. I need somebody strong with Bill to help him with the knowledge and the skill set that he still does possess. Because your city is in trouble. Big time trouble. I came in here today to share you some wisdom because I'm going to do everything that I can in order to protect my city. If it's me protecting you, I would do that. But I need for you as elected officials to look at the whole scope of your city. Lay aside your differences and do what is best for this city here. So the firm, we're going to pay them, even if you put them in a holder, and we're going to dive into these firms here too, because the city must be put on a new course. And once when you do that, anyone that is out there that is listening to Ms. Brown, and I know others are listening too, you better make sure that you know the history of this city here. Because the city deserves a good person, not somebody that you all can control, because this is why this city is in the predicament that it is in now. We can do better. And I love each and every one of you all, and I put it on record. Yes, I've been going to different territories to engage about my city here because they know Ms. Brown. And they know that my stake is in this city here, but it's for the well-being of the city in the totality of the city and how we conduct business.
Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
comments. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
That's the end of the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So I think that because there are two issues here we have, Chair, I think that if we do keep the firm, I think that we should extend the contract for 6 months. Mr. Wilkins throw his hat in the ring. And in that time, the search can bring back candidates. Because if we
Okay.
do a year, then there's no use to us doing that whole search thing.
okay, and at the last meeting, we've had this discussion. So I'm ready for somebody to put a motion on the floor, either to just not use the firm and keep Mr. Wilkins for a year. In his contract, if he is approved, it requires him to give us 120-day notice, is it, before you leave? That's 4 months. So even if we gave him a year, we still have enough time to go out and get a search form. HR just said that it takes about 3 or 4 months on the search. So,
I'll
Mr.
offer
Chair.
a motion. I'll offer a motion for 6 months. I'll offer a motion for extension of
okay,
the
wait,
6 month.
I'm sorry, the attorney is speaking.
2 points. One is that he would be required to give a 60-day notice, not 120 days notice, if
Oh, okay.
if he wanted to terminate the contract. The other is that we're not fully, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, on that item yet, because we're still on the discussion item regarding the search.
No, this is just for
correct?
the search.
Correct.
But
I
our
heard
colleagues is tying
Ms.
it
Lanier
two
offer a
together.
motion for.
Yes,
in
no,
part-
this is just gonna be whether we gonna go to a search firm. But we're discussing how long he's gonna stay and all that other stuff. But, I read something about 120 days in the contract. What is the 120 days?
That is 120 days refers to the temporary appointment of a city manager
Okay,
in the charter.
okay.
I'd like to offer a motion that we provide Mr. Wilkins with a 6 month contract.
Wait. Now, this is for the firm, whether we're gonna go with the firm or not.
I say that a motion to proceed with the firm, and then in 6 months, they can bring us back candidates in relation to that. Side by that is a 6 month contract for Mr. Wilkins.
We're gonna discuss his contract.
All right,
This
very
is
good.
only for the firm.
That we can keep the firm, and in 6 months, we have
Good.
candidates for city manager. That is my
Motion.
motion. That we keep the firm, in 6 months, we come back with candidates for a city manager.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman Lanier and seconded by Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes.
It's Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think Councilwoman Miller Anderson has the floor now, and then it'll be you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I know we changed these items around, but maybe it seems now that we need to, now that we've had some discussion on this, about the city manager search, we need to probably handle the item regarding the contract with the things we just talked about in mind, and either go with that or don't go with that, or do 6 months or whatever the options are. And then I guess from there, we can determine what the city manager search will look like with knowing all of the conversation we just had.
Okay, wait.
Wait, say that again.
Okay.
Say that again.
So which one is the one with which was what, 12A, which is the contract,
Right.
and 11B, the city manager search. So to go ahead and talk about the one with his contract and then come back and discuss the one about the city manager search. But keep all the things in mind what we just talked about.
Okay.
Because otherwise we'll do this here with the city manager search, say we go with the 6 months, and then they turn around and give them a year contract. I mean, what do we, that doesn't.
All right, I withdraw that motion for the 6 months for the search. We want to talk about Mr. Wilkins' contract first.
Mayor Lawson.
may.
Wait,
Thank you, Mr.
Wait,
Chair.
let me withdraw that motion, and then she can withdraw her second, and then we can go to him.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. The maker of the motion has withdrawn the
Withdraws.
motion, and the seconder
Yes.
has withdrawn her second. There's no motion on the floor now. Mayor Lawson, you were next.
Thank you. During my agenda review, I asked staff in reference to a possible piggyback with the county. Did you guys get a chance to look into that?
The county did not do a national search. They did it internal.
Internal?
They used used the platforms.
Yeah, I remember that was a discussion, so I just wanted to check on that. So thank you for that first thing. And then the second thing was the timing on this search. I think you said it would be 3 to 4 months to bring a search firm in.
Correct.
And then at that time, we would still need to meet with the search firm to discuss the needs, which is going to be another 2 to 3 months, or at least 30 to 60 days. And then at that time, that's when they're going to go out for the search. So to my board, if we just give a clear timeline, RFP is going to take us 3 months, bare minimum. Then it's going to take a process of selecting the firm, which is going to then be another probably 30, 60 days. And then we have to meet with the firm. And once we meet with the firm, we have to give direction as to what we're looking for a city manager. So a one-year contract is not out of the question, because it's going to take us just 6 months alone just to secure a firm, not to mention to go out to actually search for candidates on a national search, which could then take another 2 to 3 months, how long we actually put it out, which will take us to about 9 months, and then bringing in for interviews. So I would say if we just have clearly outlined the timeline based upon what I've heard from my agenda review and staff, we're looking at a bare minimum of a year, and that's why I think the recommendation for the contract, that's going to be the next discussion item, would be something that we move forward with. Because as long as we have the opportunity to give Mr. Wilkins that 60-day notice, and he gives us that 60-day notice, we should be sufficient. But I'm hopeful that he will stay for at least this year, because it's going to take us bare minimum of a year if we go to a national search firm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Lawson. Staff.
Mr. Chair.
I think staff was there next
Go
for
ahead.
some comments. Did you have some comments?
That's what we're going to say, that it would take more than 6 months for the process.
Okay. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
We've had a national search before, and I can assure you, it does not take that long. We've done one that's how we got Mr. Evans here. It does not take that long. So saying that it's going to take 9 months, a year, it does not take that long to do a search, to get a firm, and then for that firm to then find some qualified applicants. That is not true. So, I mean, but of course, you all can vote it however you want to vote it and do what you want to do, but that is very misleading to say that it takes 9 months to a year to do this process, because it does not.
It didn't take it when we did it before here.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, who was that?
Mayor Lawson.
Mayor Lawson, and then we're gonna take Councilwoman Miller Anderson's suggestion and go into Mr. Wilkins' contract. We're having a discussion and we've decided not to have this discussion. We were gonna go to the contract first, so we
Now we're gonna switch
yeah,
back.
yeah. And you all rescinded your motion. So Mayor Lawson, say what you want, what you have to say, and then we're going right into the contract.
Thank you. And to Ms. Miller Anderson's point, we can expedite that process where the review process, the timing, getting the RFP out, we can shorten those timelines. It'll give us less responding bidders. It'll give us less candidates. So we can shorten everything to make it a shorter period. But I believe back in 2016, I'm looking at the numbers, it took almost 6 to 8 months just to secure the national search firm to go out for a city manager. So it was about an eight-month process. So we can shave it down under 12 months to Ms. Miller Anderson's point, because the last time that we did it was just over 10 years ago. So I'm not sure with the procurement process now, I'm not sure of the timing or even the responding bidders, but I do know that the last time they did it was back in 2016. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. We going into the mayor, to the city manager's contract.
Contract, the mayor got a contract?
Hopefully. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk, please read it.
this item is 11B, Resolution Number 95-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an employment agreement with William E. Wilkins as city manager commencing August 5th, 2026 until August 4th, 2027, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair and board members, we have 10 comment cards on this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion, we extend the meeting.
I didn't hear it.
Okay,
Oh, extend the meeting, okay.
I'm sorry?
Extend the meeting until we finish the business of the board tonight.
Okay, I'll second that. It's been moved and properly seconded. Moved by Vice Chair Spiritus and seconded by the chair to extend the meeting until the business is complete. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier? Councilperson Lanier?
Oh.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton?
Yes.
The item passes with Councilpersons Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, now I need a motion to approve the resolution that was just read into the record.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus, seconded by Councilwoman Davis Panier. On discussion, City Attorney, please give an overview of the contract. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, City Council, what you have before you is the employment agreement for William E. Wilkins as city manager. This, I'll hit some of the highlights. If you have any other questions, you can ask me. It is a one-year contract with a one-year renewal. The contract will be effective as of today's date. The salary amount is $265,667.86.
and where did you get that number from? Not to interrupt you.
It's fine. This was the amount that Mr. Evans was making when Mr. Evans left the city.
Okay, please keep going.
The contract also calls for the city manager to have use of a city vehicle. He opted for that and not a car allowance. He did not want a car allowance. He wanted the use of the vehicle. Of course, communications equipment, phone, laptop, subscriptions to ICMA and FCCMA. Let me go back and say that for the most part, and what we typically do is that I took the contract that Mr. Evans had and converted it over to Mr. Wilkins with some negotiations and a few differences. So it's almost like a standard employment contract that we have for both the city attorney and the city manager. Mr. Wilkins would be entitled to 30 vacation days annually, as well as any PTO days in accordance with the city policy. He would be entitled to 20 sick days annually. Mr. Wilkins is not in need of the city's health or dental insurance. Therefore, what we negotiated was that the city would pay the cost of those premiums as a stipend to the city manager every 2 weeks. He will receive a life insurance policy, which is double the amount of the salary, and of course, disability insurance. Typically, the city would pay into a deferred compensation plan for the city manager and the city attorney. However, Mr. Wilkins opted to have a 12% of the salary paid into a brokerage account, and this is standard language from the previous city manager's contract. And the typical standard termination, severance, according to Florida statute, residency, he maintains a residence in the city already. If he were to terminate the contract with us, he would give us a 60-day termination notice. And those are the main terms of the contract. Everything else is standard. If
Okay,
you have any
thank you.
questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, let's go to the public comment cards first, and then we can have our discussion.
Mr. Chair, the first speakers are Annette Dragon, followed by Rochelle Hughes and Joseph Bedford Sr.
Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. It's all very well and good putting a contract together for Mr. Wilkins, but Ms. Wynne, you state in your memorandum that the fiscal or budget impact is approximately $275,000. That's a little above the base salary, plus he gets his FRS of $98,000 and some more, the brokerage account, the health and dental insurance. It brings the total fiscal responsibility of the city to over $400,000. As an officer of the court, are you not obligated to actually state that in any written document that you provide for public approval? All respect to Mr. Wilkins, I'd love to see him survive to 105, but is he going to with his health issue? Who knows? There's not enough in place as contingency from this council. You guys should have been looking from the day after you got rid of Jonathan Evans. You failed.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Joseph Bedford Sr. and Fane Lozman.
Good evening. Yeah, the search for the new city manager should have started the day after Evans was let go, and it wasn't. And then there was the decision to stop that without the whole board knowing. That happened at the last meeting. We found that out. I have an issue with paying somebody for health and dental when they don't need it. I've never known any company ever that I've gone into work for and I said, oh, hey, I don't need health and dental because I got it somewhere else. And then they're going to pay me the money. What? We can't afford that. I'm sure you have your own insurance, and in most companies that they don't pay you because you don't take their insurance. That's a lot of money for a one-year contract for a city manager that may or may not be here. But I think this council needs to say, let's move on finding a new city manager and maybe utilizing our assistant city managers more so, and, you know, saving us residents some money. She just said like $400 and some thousand. Where's that money coming from? I mean, it just boggles my mind that we're doing this when by now you should have had candidates here to interview. So I hope you guys really think
smartly on this because it's our money. It's not your money. It's our money that is just being thrown out.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker,
Our
please.
next speaker is Joseph Bedford Sr., followed by Fane Lozman and Margaret Shepherd.
Greetings, excuse me, greetings, City Council, Mayor, residents, and staff. What I'm about to talk about tonight is nothing personal. This is strictly about the contract. I'm neither here for Mr. Wilkins or against Mr. Wilkins. I'm here more about the contract itself. And I appreciate that you guys are having a discussion about the contract. But my question is, have you really looked at the contract? Because now I see attorneys just told us that they're using the same contract as a basis for this contract for Mr. Evans. And that contract was flawed. So you're using the same flawed contract for a new city manager. And point. The cover page estimates that the fiscal impact at approximately $275,000. Does that figure include the city manager's entire compensation package? And if not, what is the actual annual cost to the city? That hasn't been clear. And what now has happened is the residents are filling in those numbers for you. They're telling you it's 400,000. They're coming up with the numbers for you, not your staff. They're not giving you the information that you need. Now you're relying on the residents, and now you got to go back and ask the staff. Maybe the staff has told you in the private meeting, but we don't know. Where's the transparency if they have? 2, why does Resolution 9526 describe a one-year agreement ending August 4th, 2027, while the employment agreement describes the term as indefinite and for no less than 1 year, and which provision controls which? Discrepancies between the contract and the agreement. Once again, have you really looked at the contract? Last point is accountability. Again, there's no accountability. The annual review is dependent upon him to initiate it, and there's no guidelines on saying whether he's achieved any of that. And if he doesn't initiate it, there's no repercussion, no accountability. Once again, in this contract, please just look at the contract itself before making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Margaret Shepherd and Doretta Paul.
Fane Lozman, it's personal between me and Mr. Wilkins. He was there the day I was arrested. He did nothing about it. Matter of fact, he had police officers come to my floating home and harass me on 17 occasions. A white woman who spoke up for me, he had a police officer throw her out and wrench her shoulder. Wilkins resigned from the city. He didn't want to be with the city anymore. He was paid a year's severance in 2008. He said his health was no good. He had a heart operation. You have 2 qualified people that can do the job now. You don't have to pay them $400,000. I looked up the numbers in the Palm Beach tax collector's office. We have the 2nd highest millage rate in Palm Beach County, and this is one of the reasons why. 2 qualified people who could do a better job than he can. And what happened? Did he have another heart attack? Or he decided, you know something, I'm going to resign. He resigned twice. He resigned in the 80s, resigned in 2008. Each time he got severance. But let's talk about, you got an FBI looking around here, Miss Lanier. Looking at you, Lawson, and Guyton. Riviera Beach manager added the FBI corruption probe list in 2000 or 19, whatever it was. I sent this around to some people. He cooperated with the FBI. How do you know that he's not going to cooperate and get you guys kicked out of there? Let's think about it. Manager quits among turbulent times, August 6th, 1996, October 1996. He quit it then because he was going to be fired, so he quit then and he took a bunch of severance. Deal makers with the marina. on the front page of the paper. He had his buddies doing deals at the marina, defrauding the taxpayers of the money they should have got from the marina. Jury awards $500,000 to fired cop. He had a cop get fired. The city had to pay $500,000. And Wilkins had to pay 25 grand in his pocket for his racist behavior, just like what he did to me. City attorney payments question. The FBI was looking at the city attorney's payments for Wilkins back on his first go round. He was giving that city attorney more money than anybody in the county, more than the West Palm Beach city attorney. Number one, he was just feeding money to the city attorney whose $45,000 salary ballooned into $150,000 back in '86. Wilkins resigned. He said he couldn't handle the stress. His health was bad. He didn't want to be here. He was paid a year's severance. He had a special meeting where you gave him another $48,000 for his military time, which was illegal and nobody could comment on it. And now you're going to dig him out 18 years later at age 79. Then what happens if he said, I'm going to quit again? I've already quit before. Give me severance. And what is the severance? She goes, what is standard severance? We're not spending $400,000 when we have two more qualified people than he is who worked under Evans and know the system. You brought him in here. There was no discussion about who we should bring in here. You just laid Wilkins
Thank you
on
for
the
your
table.
comments.
If you
Thank you for
go
your
ahead with
comments.
Wilkins, we're going to recall whoever votes to
Thank
bring
you
him
for
back.
your comments.
That's what we're going to do.
The next
Next
speakers
speaker.
are Margaret Shepherd, Doretta Polk, and T.O. Wingate.
Margaret Shepherd, William Bill Wilkins. Miss Wade always called him affectionately Bill. Mr. Wilkins came from the county. Mr. Wilkins went to Credit College. My grandmother used to always say, keep living. Just keep on living, you'll get there. He's 79, I'm 80, still kicking. You know, the doctor looked at me and said, ain't nothing wrong with the brain. I am computer illiterate and served planning zona for 19 years, and they had to bring me my papers because I didn't know how to use the computer. I just gave away a $300 computer to my little cousin, Ranisha Saunders, that's Beanie's, Edwina's daughter. I just gave a brand new computer. And I was telling Walter I was scared. I have this phobia about touching. He said, well, you're on Facebook all the time, Mrs. Shepherd. True. So if he's computer illiterate and he has this great degree, what am I? So you're going to sit here and talk about this man who is a husband and a father and a grandfather that's very smart. We didn't have money back in the day. Well, you didn't do it. No, we didn't. But what did Jonathan Evans walk away with? He didn't nickel and dime or carry on, but he took, Pete Rose was I remember like it was yesterday. Pete Rose earned out a contract. He took it, he left. And if you feel like your health is failing you, yes, you step aside and say, I'm gone. But he did it gracefully. He gave the city his notice. They worked out the contract. And when Ms. Williams and I were sitting back there, and you all were coming to the money, I said to Ms. Williams, we better get out of here. We came to hear you, Bruce, to find out why. What was the charges against Jonathan? I have nothing against Jonathan. Never had an argument. Know nothing about him. Nothing. But he was Jonathan Evans, as well as Judge Jacobs. But I want to say to you, he's an honorable man. Give him a chance. He's smart, very witty, and he's doing just like he did when I came to the city 57 years ago. Quiet. He let you all raise your blood pressure up. He's calm. He answers your questions. He doesn't argue with you. The same MO. And when I came to the city, he's doing now. Bright young man. Didn't get in arguments. You would never hear the city employee say he did anything to him because he's that Southern gentleman. And I thank him for one thing. As my time run up, they was talking about his resume. Well, the one good resume I know, he pumped out a very good mayor, Clara King Williams. And I was talking to him about it, and I leaned over and I said, did a good job, Bill. He said, I'll take that. Give this man a chance.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next public
Next
speaker.
speaker is Doretta Polk, followed by T.L. Wingate and Mary Bram.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to say to concerning this, Mr. Wilkins, your employment, the, do it with the peace of mind. Do it with your peace, inner sense, because without health, money means nothing, absolutely nothing. And I just want you, whatever decisions you make it because you are the city manager. I think this is what happened. Oh, he's gone. I think this is what happened concerning Mr. Evans, how they terminated him, because Mr. Evans was a man of his man and of a character, his own character and his own judgment. So I come to you and just say, for the peace of your health, take care of yourself. And if you have people in your ear telling you, oh, do this or that, having you acting like a puppet on a string, no. You be your own man like you have always been. Always been. Because there's people here that probably want you to do what they want you to do. And if you don't, termination immediately. And also for the HR director, the notification that she gave Ms. Jenkins, Mr. Guyton gave Mr. Jenkins to stop searching for a city manager was horrible, horrible. He didn't even come to the council and say, okay, we should address this, vote on this. No, he gave a directive to her to do his bidding. Do your own bidding. Be your own man. Take care of the city. Take care of the city. But most of all, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Life is so short. And I'm a senior. I'm a senior. And you know, Mr. Wilkins, we got more years behind us than in front of us. So you take care of yourself. You do the judging how it should be done on your personal level, not on these 3 levels, on your personal level. And God will take care of you. But you have to take care of yourself.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is T.L. Wingate, followed by Mary Brown.
Good evening. T.L. Wingate, Mayor, Council, Attorney, City Manager, City Clerk, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to say that I was elated when you all first entered into an agreement to put Mr. Wilkins on staff for 6 months. But however, I realized that that wasn't going to be enough. That was like putting a Band-Aid on it. And we have to find room to give a person an opportunity to prove themselves. You know, we have many organizations that serve much longer than 6 months to correct something. And I just think that he needs that time to prove himself because he's been tested, he's been tried, he's been vetted. He's proven himself to be a man of integrity. I've known him for over 30 plus years, and I've never ever seen him even raise his voice. I've never seen that. He handles conflict very wisely. You know, he's a man that moves in a godly fashion. I think it's necessary for us to continue to use this man and his skills and his knowledge and wisdom to propel this city forward. You might not need another city manager. That might be your city manager. Give him the time that's needed to put things in order. He needs that time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any more public comment cards?
Our last speaker is Mary Brown.
Gary Graham, Riviera Beach. So we meet again at 10 after 10. When we look at this, we are actually 4 months out before the end of this year here. We are in what August is now. As far as Bill Wilkins is concerned, I'm gonna tell you something. You see Bill sitting over there. Bill knows just who Miss Bram is and what Miss Bram is capable of doing to get what he needs and to get what this city needs. And not just Miss Bram. She worked with different entities in order to bring us where we need to be at. But if you don't do it, it's entirely up to you. 4 months out, this city here needs that time frame. You can put whatever you want in there. I want you to put some evaluations because we've looked at some of these records in this city here. Your attorney as well has not been evaluated in X amounts of years. Shame on you as elected officials. This is in the reports. You pay Jonathan Evans the $400,000. So residents, now you know, they are going to pay Bill the same amount. So stop talking about it because Bill Wilkins is getting the same amount. You ran it in the ground about Paul Jonathan Evans making $400,000. Now Bill Wilkins is right here at the $400,000. So what's good for the geese is good for the gander. Bill Wilkins will be fine. Bill, I need you to get you somebody. I do not need for you to get you somebody that's all up in your ear that does not know the business at hand in this city here. The ones who you may want, Bill, Miss Bram and others say, no, no, no. Do not go that way, Bill. You're going to get in that rabbit hole, Bill. You have to believe what Miss Bram is telling you. I've watched every city manager in this city here. And I've stood at these podiums. You know it, Bruce laughing at me. Because he knows it too. It's okay. It's okay for you to work with Bill. But I need for Bill to have somebody that is detrimental to him as well as the city here. Because like I'm telling you all, there's a lot of other moving parts in this place here. And at least Bill Wilkins has that skill.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilwoman Lanier. Now there is a motion on the floor. Are there any further comments? Hearing none.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Miss Nguyen, what is the actual number, like amount that he would be getting? I know we have the 265,000, and then what other amounts are included, basically directly into the check?
I'm sorry, Ms. Miller Anderson, I did not hear the
I
last
said,
name.
what is the actual amount that would be going into his check that he will get? Is it just the 265 or is it more?
It's more because it's the stipend for the health and dental.
How much is that?
I don't have that number. Well, you know what? I might have it. Hold on. I was trying to communicate with Ms. Reynolds because I do believe that we always put the approximate salary amount like we just did. But of course, it's been 7 years. I don't remember what we did in the memo. The insurance.
I have some numbers for you, Ms. Nguyen.
Ms. Nguyen, can Ms. Nguyen now?
Okay, just go ahead.
Well, it's going to be the same thing that the previous manager got.
I didn't ask anybody that.
Yeah.
I asked Ms. Nguyen for the number.
Well, the numbers haven't changed.
The dental insurance is total for the year is $343.80. And the health insurance is $21,800.88.
I'm sorry, you said what's the 343?
$343.80
What's that?
dental
Mm-hmm.
and $21,800.88 for health. That brings that total with the salary to $287,812.54. That does,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Go
that
ahead.
does not include the 12% into the money market account in lieu of deferred compensation.
And that goes into the check as well?
It goes into a separate brokerage account.
So that's not something he get in his paycheck every 2 weeks, or it is?
No.
Okay.
That my understanding from finance is that's not how they did it. They're going to do it the same way for Mr. Wilkins as they did for Mr. Evans, and it doesn't go into his check. It goes into a separate, so almost like having two direct deposits, one into one account and one into another.
Okay, so the total amount for the check every 2 weeks is the 287?
Is the 287, yes.
Okay, and then with the FRS, from him retiring, are you already collecting money from a pension program from the city?
Yes, ma'am.
You say yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so this 12% would be an additional retirement amount going in for retirement, right? Ms. Nguyen, the
sorry.
FRS equivalent, which is what, 86,000, but you said that's not gonna go into the check though.
So the
Or is it
the 12% into the money market account is not, it has nothing to do with FRS. It has to do with the 457 deferred compensation plan.
Okay, that's the 31,000.
Correct.
Okay, and then, but the 86, the FRS equivalent contribution,
No, wait a second. Ms.
Okay.
Miller, understand. I did not calculate the 12%. It would be 12% of his salary. I did not do that calculation.
I have it. Mhm.
Okay, so when you said 31, I didn't have that number because
Okay.
I would have let finance does that.
Is somebody here?
She's not.
Okay. But the FRS equivalent, where does that come in at? So how does that, I don't understand how he collects already FRS, or is it a different pension?
You have both, right? You collect FRS and city pension. Right, he collects both FRS from his time with the county and the city pension.
Okay, and then the 12%, not the 12%, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
whatever the percentage is, the FRS equivalent contribution will go into, that'll be a separate thing. Okay. And then the, what is that, the PTO?
Mhm.
How does that part work?
So PTO is paid time off. The city has a policy that different tiers of employees get PTO. I believe, and tier 1 employees get 15 days, tier 2 employees, I believe, get 10. And so he would have those days as well. However, if he wanted to cash them out when he leaves, he can cash them out, or at any time, because the city manager and the city attorney have the ability to cash out sick vacation at any time.
Okay. And then, what was the other thing? For the health and the dental payment in lieu of, have we done that before for anyone else with a contract? Or I know we definitely don't do it for employees, right?
My understanding from speaking with Mr. Good is that we had not done it before
Okay.
because everyone else needed the insurance. So we
Mhm.
don't, even regular outside of me and the city manager, other employees who have the health insurance elsewhere do not get a stipend.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one
Okay.
question. I do have a issue with this. We're looking at a 265,667 base salary. We're looking at least 86,000 for the FRS equivalent that would be considered to be taxable cash. We're looking at 31,000 for the brokerage account, 21,000 for the health insurance, 343 for the dental insurance, at least 15,000 estimated for PTO. And then also too, we have that's already been provided, a $25,000 upfront payment that's already been provided. The previous manager had to wait 8 years to get to that point. Now, my issue with this is that I've never seen health insurance and dental insurance be given up front because they didn't need it. That right there, I really got a problem with. I've never seen it happen before. The city has never done that before. And we're looking at least with all of these cash values, we're looking at $454,682.86. And there was no way that the previous city manager is actually $90,000 more than what the previous manager was making. But with all that being said, my issue is we're looking at this, we're not looking at this as a stopgap or an interim. We're looking at this as a permanent contract. This is what it looks like, a permanent contract. So with that being said, the problem I have is the health insurance and the dental insurance up front. If they don't need it, that's a bit much.
Okay, I have some comments. Mr. Wilkins brings twice as much experience as the previous city manager had. Not even close in my opinion, on a whole different level.
I agree.
Not even close. I was part of the negotiations, and what was decided, we're just giving Mr. Wilkins the same thing that Mr. Evans had.
After 8 years.
And wait, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. If Mr. Wilkins didn't already have health and dental, the previous manager did not have it, so we paid for that. Mr. Wilkins shouldn't be penalized because he got health and dental somewhere else. He should get the same benefit that the previous manager got. City managers are in the different genre, and the jobs are not long. The tenure doesn't last long, and that is why even the previous city manager, he got a very sweet deal. Mr. Wilkins bringing a lot more experience and some other things that I think are good too. But I think it's very unfair to sit here to question a man with all this experience and temperament that we didn't have before. And now we're sitting here trying to nick and pick on a man who, in my opinion, somebody said it out there, has been tried and tested. And Mr. Wilkins doesn't come with any division. He's not dividing our community. That's a big issue. Previously, our community was divided. We've reached where we need to be. He's not getting anything he's not deserving of. What we have now is a little politics going on.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a little politics going on, but that's okay. I've been in the game a long time. I understand how it's played. We have our preferences, so if it's not our preference, we're gonna nitpick.
Oh,
yeah.
Don't say that.
Stop. I didn't interrupt you. I'm straightforward, transparent, and sometimes to a fault. You're gonna know how I feel and what I think, and I'm not gonna bite my tongue. But I respect everybody up here, and I respect your opinion, and I expect the same. But Mr. Wilkins is deserving of everything he is getting, and probably more, because he brings that type of experience to the table. That's all I have to say. Any further comments?
Chair.
Who did I hear? Vice Chair Spiritus, then back to
Lanier.
Council Lanier.
Chair, I just want to say for the record, the two previous municipalities that I worked for, if you did not need to use the insurance that the city provided, the health insurance, the employees, whether they be union or exempt, were given a stipend in return for that. So this is a policy that is accepted by many municipalities throughout the country.
I just wanted to say that let's not make this about politics, because I like Mr. Wilkins. I think that he is deserving of a decent contract. This is strictly business here. This is not about Mr. Wilkins personally. And I know that he knows that this is not a personal attack on him, or if we're sitting here asking questions about his contract, that is our job. Our job is to ask questions about what it is that's in a contract, which means that when we received the contract, all of this should have been laid out. We should have been going through this publicly. It should have been laid out for us so that when we got the contract, we knew exactly what it was. And then there wouldn't have been these questions of what is FRS, how much FRS is, how much is dental insurance, how much. We wouldn't have had to go through all of that. That would have been a part of the contract. The council would have known, the public would have known. We could have been through with this. So don't make this to be politics, because it is not. I think that Mr. Wilkins is an excellent manager. He's done so good so far, but don't say that because we ask questions about a contract that we're playing politics, because we're not. We're just asking questions because, as I always say, this is not our money at all. So I just want to make sure that, number one, we know what's happening and the public knows what's happening and what they're spending. So no offense to you, Chair, or to the city manager. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what it is and the public is clear as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. And I didn't mean to offend anyone. I'm just pretty blunt and
Mr.
direct.
Chair.
Are there any further questions or comments?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, please stop the comments in order.
Can I talk now?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I agree with what Ms. Shirley just said over here, but I do want to make sure that, I know we talk about all of the experience that he has, but let's be clear that he hasn't been in those positions in 18 years, and so a lot has changed then. That doesn't take away from his experience, but he has a different set of experiences based on...
Once you gain knowledge, you don't lose it.
I'm sorry?
So go ahead. Once you gain knowledge, you don't lose it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ask some of those people who can't perform as well as they did back when they were in their prime. But like I said before, some things have changed. That is not taking anything away from Mr. Wilkins, but I mean, you have to kind of compare with how things are now, not how things were 20 years ago. And I think that needs to be kept in the forefront of our thoughts when we're doing things and coming up with these amounts. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further comments, we're ready. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier? Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Geisen?
Yes.
The item passes with Councilpersons Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, there was a request to do that one first and go back to determine whether we need a search firm right now. And I think that was Councilwoman Miller Anderson's suggestion. Did you still want to deal with that issue tonight, or did you want to postpone it?
Sure, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
That's a long conversation to have about how we're going to move forward with that. I think we should bring it to the next meeting so that we can have a longer conversation about it.
Okay, I agree. Yes, Councilwoman Davis Penier. Wait, your mic is not on. Maybe it's push it down.
In addition to what Councilperson Lanier said, when it comes back, will we be looking at whether we are going to use affirm or stay in-house, or are we still sticking to using a firm? So all of that is going to come back before us. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, next item, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Chair, excuse me, we are on item 12C, discussion of the mayor, Ronnie Felder, inquiry into employee complaints. We do have comment cards on this item, Mr. Chair. We have 8 public comment cards on this item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And this is an item that I requested to be put back on, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Put it back on the next meeting.
Huh?
Let me do it to the next meeting.
Yep. Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
I'm not okay.
Please.
Huh? Okay. I don't mind. Yes.
Okay.
Well, Councilwoman Lanier, she's requested to put, I guess, the remaining items.
Yes.
The remaining items on the next council agenda.
Thank you.
That's the last item.
Huh?
That was the last item.
That was the last item.
Oh, that was the
Yeah.
last item?
So we can put it on the next agenda. We want to have more conversation. I mean,
I understand.
robust.
This
It's 10:30.
this one probably won't be a short 5-10
It
minute
won't.
conversation. And we
won't.
have about 10 cards. So I agree, but we need one more council person to say we can put it on the next agenda.
Come on, one more council person. Come on. Come on. Come on, one more council person. That's it. Come on.
That's the longest. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, did you say okay?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
3
So my
people
okay
have
don't
agreed
count, then
that
okay, my okay don't count, huh?
you know, one thing I do like about this council, we can disagree and not get personal, and we'll laugh and joke just 5 minutes later. Okay, closing comments by the city manager.
Mr. Wilkins, closing comments?
Mr. Chairman and Council, I'd like to thank you for the confidence that you've expressed in me to continue to be your manager. I can guarantee you that I will give my all. Riviera Beach is a community that I love. I came here in 1974. I've been here ever since. My friends are here, church is here. I really appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve. And my goal is to serve the residents of Riviera Beach to make their lives better as they have made my life better since I've been here.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Mr. Attorney.
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the board, I think the clerk passed out a letter. I emailed it out to the board earlier, and I want to see if we could have this discussion on the next agenda. It was a discussion about connection fees and wastewater fees on a project that we've been working on for a number of years. So if we can have meeting with staff and get acclimated on it, I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the board, make sure everybody had a copy, and then have the discussion with Attorney Nguyen and Mr. Wilkins prior to the next meeting.
Councilwoman Davis Premier.
I would just like to wish condolences to the Sutton family. Coach Alsa and has been a pillar in this community, working as a coach at Suncoast Community High School, and he has impacted the lives of so many of our residents here. So I just want to send condolences out to the family. Thank you.
Vice Chair Aspirides.
No comments, Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier.
Walter, I need the camera on me. I need to wish my mother a happy 80th birthday today. Yes. My mother came to Riviera Beach when she was 17 years old, and they bought a house in Riviera Beach 61 years ago. And my mother and father have been married 62 years, and my dad will be 85 next month. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Happy birthday, Mom. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I have nothing, thank you.
I'm sorry? Nothing? I just have one thing. There's going to be an event that I'm co-sponsoring with, and I'm trying to get the name of the co-sponsor real quick here. It's the name of the
Making Parks great again.
Making Parks Great Again is the name of the other organization. There's going to be a book bag giveaway on Saturday from 2 to 8. There's going to be free food. There's going to be entertainment for the kids. So if you are available, come out to Monroe Heights Park, and we're going to have some family good time.
And happy early birthday to our chair and our vice chair, Mr. Bruce Guyton, Mr. Dr. Spiritus. Their birthdays are upcoming in the next 2 to 3 days. Happy birthday.
We want to say
Happy birthday.
birthday to
Mine is
you.
not to the 29th.
Happy birthday.
Mine is not to the 29th. Meeting adjourned.